It's 7 o'clock here on Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. Call this meeting of the Rossmoor Community Services District Board to order. Mr. Mendoza with the roll call, please.
As we move forward tonight, I'd like to introduce a new employee with us tonight that'll do the roll call and some of the other areas of the meeting. That's Carolyn Wang. She's our new administrative assistant, so I just want to welcome her tonight. Carolyn.
Roll call. Roll call. Director Barkey.
Here.
Director Maynard.
Here.
Director Earls.
Here.
Director DeMarco.
Here.
Director Shade. Here.
All righty. Director DeMarco will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Those of you who can't stand up would like to.
Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to item A4, presentations, the 2022 State of the District Address. At this first meeting of the Rossmoor Community Services District in 2023, it is my pleasure to report on the state of the district for 2022. The RCSD Board of Directors, staff, and community continued to display resiliency during COVID-19 pandemic. It remained a stressful time that challenged the district's resources and operations. However, it provided the RCSD an opportunity to evaluate how we could better serve the residents of our community. As a result, in 2022, we made great strides in getting the district's operations and services back to normal. The district moved forward with more community gatherings for Rossmoor residents. These included summer festivals, family fun nights in partnership with the Youth Center, senior health seminars sponsored by the Los Alamitos Medical Center, as well as health fair held at the end of the summer. The programs were successful and highly attended. These events featured food trucks, musical performances, entertainment, games, vendor booths, and a kids zone with slides, a rock wall, and moon bounces. Movie nights were also part of the summer activities. We appreciate the businesses and support and nonprofit organizations that generously provided sponsorships for our large community events. The district is able to expand and offer additional events because of these generous donors. I'm happy to report that we made significant progress in a number of areas to provide outstanding services to our residents. The district conducted 2 bulky item pickup days in partnership with CR&R, bi-weekly mulch giveaways, a bicycle safety event in conjunction with the California Highway Patrol, a public safety seminar hosted by the district and the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and a public forum with Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe. One of the highlights of the past year was the introduction of a weekly farmers market that is held on Thursday evenings in Rush Park. A variety of vendors are available each week, as well as entertainment for both youth and adults. The district also improved the quality of life for our residents by implementing a new street sweeping schedule in January 2022. That provides residents with the opportunity to park on alternate sides of the street based on odd-even street sweeping schedule. This was a major undertaking, and we're pleased that the County of Orange Board of Supervisors passed an ordinance with the new street sweeping schedule. For decades, Rossmoor residents struggled with limited parking on street sweeping days. The RCSD Board of Directors diligently sought options to assist residents, and we're grateful for the outcome of this new street sweeping schedule. This past year, traffic safety continued to be a priority for the district. As a result, the board worked with the County of Orange to secure 2 permanent flashing speed limit reminder signs, larger stop signs, reflective tape-wrapped posts on stop signs for greater visibility, and the placement of portable radar speed signs scheduled throughout the district at various times during the year. The Community Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Committee has been meeting regularly this past year and is making every effort to mitigate the parking issues in Rossmoor, including along the Montecito corridor. Another major improvement is the installation of parking lanes along Montecito Road, which narrowed the width of the driving lanes and resulted in safer, reduced speeds. All of these measures underscore the district's commitment to ensuring the safety of Rossmoor residents. A new software program was installed by the district that will provide better accountability, reporting, and fiscal management. I hope this change and that of our contracting with a new professional accountant will be lasting and provide consistent, easy-to-understand financial records. The district's financial outlook remains strong. Financial stability and transparency is a priority to the Rossmoor Community Services District Board of Directors. We anticipate staying within the fiscal 2022 to 2023 budget, and one of the projects budgeted is the completion in 2024, by 2024, of the new picnic shelter at Rossmoor Park and enhanced flooring at Rush Park Auditorium. The Prop 68 per capita grant received by the district will fund these projects. The district also received an unmodified audit report from our outside auditing firm with no significant management findings. RCSD takes pride in its urban forest and our great arborist, Mary Kingman. The district continues to manage over 5,000 park and parkway trees and planted approximately 140 new trees while overseeing the trimming of over 1,500 trees. The RCSD has again earned the title Tree City USA for the 12th consecutive year and held an Arbor Day celebration in collaboration with the Los Alamitos Youth Center to celebrate. This event was well attended by students and adults, and the district also provides new homeowners with packets that include information about the care and maintenance of parkway trees. The RCSD board and staff also collaborated with the Orange County Waste and Recycling and CR&R Incorporated as the new 3-bin waste, recycling, and collection program was implemented. Undoubtedly, this change in the handling by CR&R were challenges to the district and residents. We appreciate the patience of our residents and the work of our staff as CR&R work to meet the requirements of the state mandate. In closing, it is my privilege to serve the Rossmoor Community Services District in this community. I appreciate my colleagues on the RCSD board and their dedication, including 2022 directors Mark Nittickman and Jeffrey Rips. RCSD staff continues to consistently serve and care for our residents, and my sincere thanks to Joe, Mary, Jessica, Chris, Omero, and the rest of our incredible team, and we welcome Carolyn. Our fiscal position is strong, and our community's low crime rate and friendly, caring residents make Rossmoor one great place to live in Southern California. Thank you all. Now we have recognition of sponsors for the 2022 Winter Festival. We'll start here with CR&R Environmental Services, which was a community sponsor. I believe we have Carl Wong and Rosalie Reyes here. If you come up.
Well, we get a photo bomb this year. Ralph will. He's going to say he promised now. Photo bomb. I think we got him one of those photos.
Next, we have Tomlin Team Real Estate and Kathleen Tomlin and Kevin Tomlin. The Tomlins are a bronze sponsor of our RCSD event. Thank you. Our next sponsor we'd like to recognize is West Coast Arborist, who is represented by Rob Thompson, and they are a bronze sponsor as well.
Testing.
Our next is Jones and Mayer, Tarquin. Thank you and the firm for being a silver sponsor. Yeah. Thank you, Tarquin. Our next sponsor we'd like to recognize is the Rossmoor Homeowners Association, represented by Marion Last, who is also a silver sponsor. And also with her is Nia Hartman. Welcome to you both. You can get one of those shirts. They're pretty fancy. Yeah. Next is Memorial Care, who's represented tonight by Chris Arias and John Fay. They are a silver sponsor as well. There you go. You guys know how to share that.
You get a shirt.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. And also tonight with us is the Simon Law Group, who are a title sponsor. They help us with everything pretty much at the top level, and so we're really thankful to Jenny Simon and Brad Simon. Hi there, how you doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, actually, if we could get all of our sponsors to come up for a group picture, that would be great, if you don't mind. The board want to come down?
Yes.
Unable to make it tonight to accept were Friday Night Lights, who are a gold sponsor of the RCSD events, Alignment Healthcare, a bronze sponsor, Brathwaite Chiropractic, a community sponsor, and the Youth Center, who is also a community sponsor. So thanks to them as well, and thanks to all of you. We really appreciate it, and please do support our sponsors. Alrighty, the next item is item A4C. Mr. Mendoza.
Okay, tonight we have the honor to highlight a program that's been going on in Rossmoor for a few years, and we just want to give Nia Hartman some recognition for being the bike lady of Rossmoor. That's her nickname. And I'd like to call her up, and I think Chris, or who has you have it, the proclamation? And if we can get the board down here to recognize her. Can we get the slideshow, the screen up? This past Christmas holidays, she did a bike tour of the RHA home lights in Cerritos, excuse me, and in Rossmoor. And 2 nights, they took a ride through Rossmoor and looked at all the lights, and there was probably 125 one night and 75 the other night. So as you can see, they decorate their bikes, they have a great time, And we're just glad to team up with her and be part of this, and we look forward to next year. So where'd you go, Nia? Come on up. Board want to get up and... Nia, like I said, she is the bike lady of Rossmoor. I'm not kidding, that's her nickname, and she has a ton of ideas, and some of them are bike maintenance, bike safety, going on different tours, and reaching out to different age groups. She's interested in e-bikes and making sure they're safe, so we just appreciate her, and we want to team up with her even more. So thanks, Nia.
Speak.
I would like to say that this event started about 6 years ago. Chris Marshall was the one who spearheaded it. RHA puts together all of the maps of where all the decorated houses are. So we really have to thank all those Rossmoor homeowners who decorate their houses so well. Thank you to the helpers that come out, especially Santa. And I would like to make 2 invitations. Next year, the ride will be December 22nd and 23rd. I'd like to see the RCSD board represented, maybe in full if you can. We can get you bikes if you need them. And also, I'd like to invite everybody to go to bikerossmoor.org and find out where you can sign up for activities, rides, classes, and advocacy.
Thank you, Nia. And thank you to Santa, who I know also made an appearance. So
That's his busiest time, too.
we caught him ahead of schedule. The next item is the California Highway Patrol report. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you. I'll take that. Just want to give a report that Officer Musselman, our CHP officer, called me this morning or texted me this morning, and he's in the hospital, and I don't know why. I'm hoping he's well. I replied back letting them know that we care about him and we're thinking about him. But I'm going to ad lib a little so I can give you some report on traffic safety. Since Officer Musselman isn't here, I'm just going to dive into a situation that we're all experiencing in Rossmoor and through every community in California, and that's a catalytic converter theft. It's going on everywhere. There's not much you can do about it other than try to protect your car. And I did some research, and I believe I have it up on the screen. Josh, please. All I can do is give you a resource. There's a number of companies in town, and I'm not saying you need to go to this one, but Kenny's Muffler does etching, and he also does the shield that can protect your catalytic converter. Now, it's not going to stop them from doing it, but it's going to deter them. They see that shield under there, and it takes them a lot more time and a lot more effort, and they'll just move on. So that's one of them. And is there another slide, Josh? I'm sorry. No, that was it. So there's also online, and I will put it out on social media, some different types of shields that you can purchase. You can purchase them online, you can take them, have them put in, or you can just go there and he has them in stock. And I'm sure other muffler shops do too, so I have no relationship with Kenny, but I know that he does that. So the cars that are getting hit, from what I understand, are Priuses, and Toyotas and Hondas and those type of cars. And you know, the value of that catalytic converter or whatever that metal is within that converter is expensive. But if your car goes down, catalytic converters are hard to find right now because there's not enough of them. So there's ways that the muffler shops can help you by bypassing and at least giving you temporary relief so you can drive your car for a while, but with the goal of putting your catalytic converter back when you get it. So you know, you need to know all that because your car is inoperable. I mean, you have no what to do. You don't know what to do, and especially if you can't get a catalytic converter for 4 or 5 weeks or a month or 2 months. So FYI, we will put more information out as we get it. I'm working with the sheriffs and Captain Knudsen on more information. But the etching of your, what do you call that? Your car VIN number is okay. I mean, it's not going to stop them. You know, they're not going to stop because of that. They're going to take it, they're going to strip it, and they're going to use the metal. So it might, you know, deter them from selling it to somebody, or they're sure they're going to scratch it off or something. But FYI, the best thing to do so far is that shield, or get your car in your garage. Okay, so I just wanted to briefly give you an update on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. And hopefully we'll be able to get a report from Officer Musselman that we can just distribute next month. All righty. We'll move on to the next item, which is the election of officers to the RCSD board. I believe Carolyn's going to facilitate that today. All righty.
It's that time of the year we're selecting our new officers, and I'm going to thank Jeffrey Rips for leading us through the year, and then ending up with Mr. Ceros for this last meeting. And just want to look forward to the next year, and I'm going to open it up for nominees. And so if anybody on the board have a nomination for president for 2023.
I'd like to nominate Tony DeMarco for president.
Okay, we have a nomination, Tony DeMarco, president, by Director Barkey. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Michael Maynard. Is Director Maynard, is there anybody else that would like to nominate someone?
I'd like to nominate Director Nathan Searless.
Okay, we have a nomination by Joe Shade for Nathan Searles. Do I have a second?
I would take the second.
I'm sorry?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Searles. So we'll take the first nomination was Mr. DeMarco. So would you do a roll call, please?
Roll call. Mr. Barkey?
Aye.
Mr. Maynard?
Aye.
Mr. Searles?
Nay.
Mr. DeMarco?
Aye.
Ms. Shade?
Nay.
Okay, we have a 3-2 vote. And now let's do the vote for Mr. Searles.
Roll call.
No,
Don't need it.
Mr. Barkey?
no, hang on.
Wait.
Yeah, I believe, because of the first vote, I believe Mr. DeMarco is now our new president.
Yes.
So congratulations, Tony. And if you two would change seats, Tony will take it over and call for the vice presidency nomination.
Prepared us with a cheat sheet. Okay. So let's continue with the election of officers now. I'd like to, at this time, I'd like to call for the nominations of first vice president of the RCSD board. If there are any nominations for the office of first vice president,
I'd like to nominate Michael Maynard.
I'll second that. Any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Director Nathan Searless.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we'll call for the first. Roll call for first vice president, Michael Maynard.
Roll call. Mr. Barkey?
Aye.
Mr. Maynard?
Aye.
Mr. DeMarco?
Aye.
Mr. Searles?
Nay.
Ms. Shade?
Nay.
Okay, so congratulations, first vice president,
Thank you.
Michael Maynard. Okay, next, at this time, I would like to call for nominations for the office second vice president, RCSD board. Are there any nominations for second vice president?
Yes, I would like to nominate Joe Shade.
All right, I'll second that. Any other nominations for second vice president? Okay, hearing none, can we get a roll call?
Roll call. Director Barkey?
Aye.
Director Maynard?
Aye.
Director DeMarco?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Aye.
Director Shade?
Aye.
Okay, great. going to do the PIFC at the end? Yeah, okay. All right.
Musical chairs up here tonight.
Yep. All right, so let's continue with our board meeting. Any additions to the agenda? Any additions to the agenda? Any changes? No. Okay. So now let's go to public forum. I'd like to open up public forum. And let's just read this. This forum is reserved for items that are not listed on our agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of Rossmoor Community Services District. However, any matter that requires action may be referred to staff at the direction of the board for report and action at the subsequent board meeting. So since we do have an item about pickleball, I would say that if you would like to, let's just move that because that's our item H2. Can we just wait until that item comes up for those people for pickleball? Let's see how many we got. Pickleball. Mrs. Churchill didn't put down anything. Is it pickleball or non-pickleball, Mrs. Churchill?
Agenda item, so it includes pickleball and one other matter. Item number.
It's on the agenda.
The answer is yes.
So it is pickleball. Okay.
One other item, yes.
If you want to talk about the one other item,
If
He's
it's not
saying it's on the
agenda.
agenda already.
Yeah.
Both
oh,
items
it's
are.
already, both of them are on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, let's wait until we get to that item and just remind me that if I forget to call you, just remind me. Okay, pickleball. What is, Helen, what is your topic? Okay. Yep, that's not pickleball, right?
No.
Okay, okay. Hello, Helen.
I don't know if they play pickleball, so I can't help you on that. First of all, I want to say good evening to the board. Congratulations on your elections. And I want to say good evening to my neighbors. I don't know many of you, but talking with you. I recently got my magazine saying 65 years to celebrate Rossmoor. I've been here 14 years, and it's like every day I feel like it's an honor to be here. I'm delighted. I work hard to be able to live here, and I feel like walking the streets at night, I feel safe. I enjoy the trees, I enjoy the greenery, and I enjoy the friendly people. But what's coming up right now is something called the Lamson Project. I don't know who's familiar with this and who may not be. It's on the Lamson between Seal Beach and Valley View, and it's in regards to what used to be the Wildlife and Game or Fish and Game building has been purchased kind of quietly, and they're planning on doing something in which they want to do high-density, low-income housing. A lot of it is government subsidized, 20,000 grand. I don't know how many people that goes to. 577 units. So the reason I'm here speaking is because as much as we love Rossmoor, the safety of it, how much longer is that sustainable with what the city of LaSalle is trying to do? With doing that high density, low income, there's been several meetings with the planning board who's turning a blind eye and is doing a lot of behind the scenes unethical things. For one, they have an environmental study in which the person that's in charge of it used to work for the council or be on the council of LaSalle, and now is hired by the developer. We had a vote a few weeks ago with the board for the planning department. Several citizens from both the residents from here, West Garden Grove, Los Alamitos, and even the ones in Seal Beach right across the street from a College Park each, we stated our concerns, safety, that street is not sustainable for the number of cars and people going on it, so that traffic is definitely going to come out on Seal Beach. They're planning on getting rid of that soccer field. There's not a playground over there. So people are going to come here. They're welcome to come here. But at the same time, a number of people have spoken, with low-income housing comes a lot of crime. They're like, kind of like sugarcoating it so that it's not spoken about. Right now, we enjoy our safety here, but people, you have to be aware that things could change, and you may not have that safety for as long as we'd like to keep it. I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't tell you on that. There's a final vote by the City Council that's going to be held on the 23rd. We encourage anybody, everybody, please, check out the website, Stop Lamson Project. Read the different things. They're going to have different questions to ask. Call the City Council, call the mayor, state your concerns either way, but please take part. Because the other thing they're planning on doing is to rezone where the police station is and those buildings for high density. That's basically the backyard of several of our residents that are on Catella. So kind of with that said, just please know this project is not mandated, no matter what they say. Read in Newsom's law, LaSalle, it's not mandated. The city seems to want to have the money, but they're not listening to the safety concerns. They're taking parks away from kids. That helps kids stay healthy. That helps them get out of the house and not just be hooked up to the machine with their Game Boy and so forth. It makes for a healthy neighborhood. The other thing that I want to say is that we need everybody's help fast. In numbers, we count. In numbers, we're listened to. If we stand back and be quiet, I'm not sure what the next 5, 10 years of Rossmoor will be, whether or not they'll even make it to 65 more years in a safe neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Ellen? Yeah.
When's the city council meeting again?
23rd.
The 23rd, but at the same time, there is a breakfast, or not a breakfast, a coffee to kind of meet on Tuesday the 17th, 9 to 10. There'll be the mayor, there'll be the new council. There will also be Andrew Doe and Ophelia.
I saw that.
So it's just an hour long, but stating your voice there would be appreciated too.
I had a question. I'm aware of the Lamson project and have the same concerns you do, but you brought up Catella Avenue. How does that blend in with this project? I don't understand.
Correction on my end, it doesn't blend in with that project, but at that planning meeting,
Okay.
they voted to rezone that street for high density on Lamson. They've also voted to rezone the police station and those buildings.
Oh, okay.
That means it's going to be a high-rise, high-density, low-income also, is what. Now, at this point, I think we still have, to my understanding, to the 23rd to contest. But the more people we get contesting, the more chance we have of stopping this.
Okay.
And the key thing is, just know, it's not mandated.
But they're claiming it is. That's the
I'm not
stand that
gonna-
the staff is taking?
I'm not going to say they're claiming it is. They kind of pushed the planning, in the meeting planning, kind of pushed that it's mandated. It's not mandated, and that's fact. You
But
can-
that's what the planning commission, that's their narrative, for lack of better
That's
words.
one of their narratives, yes. And I
Okay.
know with the new city board council, I don't know how familiar they are with this, so I've left phone calls. I'm not sure I'm going to hear back, but I'll keep calling.
Okay.
Any
Miss-
other-
Thank you. Mr. Mendoza, how familiar are you with their city manager?
I talk to him quite frequently. I can give him a call. I was on the phone today on another subject with Joe Ingram from Seal Beach, and I can just go over this right now because it's relative to what we're talking about. You know, the Old Ranch Country Club also has a project for a hotel and some senior housing. They had a meeting coming up on January 25th. It was a meeting to do a EIR scoping meeting, and they canceled it, and they're going to be letting me know when the next one's coming up.
So there's threats from both Seal Beach and LaSalle.
Yes, on Lamson right there because of the Old Ranch. And Old Ranch is it's a private country club, so they're running that project.
Well, I think one of the critical things to communicate with their city manager is it's either a mandate or it's not.
I will find that out. Yes.
And if they're using the narrative, that's a false story. And he needs to be encouraged that his staff and the commissions that report to city council need to be very specific and precise.
I was told it was a state mandate as well.
I've heard about housing, basically what I've known from a time that they tried to do this before is that there's a thing called a housing element, and everyone needs a housing plan.
It's an,
Yep.
yep, everybody
That
does.
doesn't necessarily mean that buildings pop up, that just means they have to have a plan.
Right.
But I've always felt that it's a slippery slope, because as soon as you rezone, things can happen because you've now paved the path to let it happen.
And it's what you rezone at also. I mean, if you rezone for high density, then you may get high density. Certainly, that's going to attract investors to build that. But if it's zoned for lower density, then it's going to be lower density.
Yeah, and I could see why Los Al would want to sell that police department to a big building company for huge profits, get them out of their budget woes, and then just have a smallest office somewhere else. Whereas the potential, I've always been scared about the shops of Rossmoor back there. At least there's a property manager that even though you rezone it, you can't force someone who owns a property to say, you're going to build apartments now.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, it can be tempting if the money is good for that seller to sell a portion of his land. So I'm just curious, let's find out for sure. And if they're using that improperly, shame on them. Oh, please, this is your topic. Come on up. No, on the microphone, please.
I'll share the mic with you. Ophelia, Andrew Doe's office, I spoke with her to see if she with the supervisor's department can help us. She says they can't help us, the city is pretty territorial, but she even said, confirmed also, it's not mandated. So if that helps in your research too. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Carol Churchill. I live on Bloom Avenue across from the park. I'm here to piggyback on the previous comments. I became involved in this project, and I'm working with a couple individuals who are organizers. On the stand over there, I've left posters which provide information for activists in the Rossmoor community. I would leave some with the general manager so that residents can come and pick this up. The reason I'm bringing it up for Rossmoor is that there's 3 different governmental entities involved in this project. The first governmental agency is the City of Los Alamitos. The second one is the City of Seal Beach. They have their own planning commissions. They have their own city councils. The state of California has mandated every 5 years that the cities update their general plans. One of the elements of the general plan is the housing element. Those 2 cities were required to update their housing elements effective 2022. They came up with proposals within their cities to find locations where they could build high-density, low-income housing mandated by the state. They're required to do the location of the site, that's the mandate, not that they build.
Right.
This is a multi-step process. One of the there's 2 things that concern me. First of all, the Rossmoor Center has been designated by the City of Seal Beach as eligible for 10 acres of their 19-acre site to be developed with 40 units per acre or 400 residential units in the Rossmoor Center. That is what the housing element was adopted and what was sent to the state of California for review and for approval. I objected to that on legal grounds, which who knows what the state will do. But if that housing element is approved by the state, the next step is rezoning consistent with that. So the City of Seal Beach would then have planning commission hearings and city council hearings. And because Rossmoor is an unincorporated area of Orange County, we do not have representatives in Seal Beach and Los Alamitos to represent us. The board's jurisdiction is limited, as you know. So it's going to be up to the property owners that live in Rossmoor to individually go to these meetings in Seal Beach and Los Alamitos and express their suggestions and concerns over the plans that will ultimately be rezoned or turned into development plans after rezoning. As I said, this is a long-term process. Now, why is that important to Rossmoor? You all know about the parking committee who is discussing the problems with parking and traffic along Montecito. Well, you can imagine the impact that if you put 400 additional housing units in that center, in addition to the parking and traffic you have there now, how that will impact you. Also, there are people, I'm one of them, who has experience with dealing with complaints about high-density, low-income housing. And there are some things that would really negatively impact on this community if those projects were developed and they were not properly managed. And that's something that you can influence by going to these planning commission meetings and the the meetings where the developer comes in and puts up a plan and asks that certain restrictions be placed in those plans to protect your community. But the residents here need to participate in that. That's why I brought the posters, because Los Al and Seal Beach is organizing people to go to these meetings and give testimony. So I'm asking the general public who lives in this community to step and become part of those advocacy groups so that the burden doesn't land on you or on the general manager. The people who live in the community are really going to have to become active in this. The second issue that I want to raise with you is one of the projects in Los Alamitos contemplates taking their 4-acre park and converting 2 acres of that park into high-density housing. So if that occurs, Los Alamitos is losing park space, they're increasing population, and there's very limited park space around the community. So you can see how people are going to come out of these high-density units and looking for park space, and you are local. So that could impact your space.
Quick question, which park are they considering?
It's a 4-acre park that they're planning.
The name of the park?
I don't know the name of the park off the top of my
I
head.
believe it's Arbor.
Arbor Park?
Yeah.
Which one's that?
Yeah.
So,
This one's in Los Alamitos.
do you have an address of that?
Plan that I read.
Arbor Park is right behind West Ed. It's the same facility that you're talking about, the Lamson Housing Project.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, so it's one island of space then? Right. Is the way that they're determined?
both together. That's both
What?
Los Alamitos. It's on this side of Lamson, it's Los Alamitos.
Okay. The park there along with the West Ed building?
Yes.
For one big jump, okay.
Okay, so
Thanks.
thank you for your time. I just wanted to bring this to the community's attention. I know that everybody will want to get involved and help and protect their community. Thank you.
I want to say that, that we went through this, these are quite large projects, but we went through this with the shops when they wanted to, put the fitness, and prior to that, when they wanted to put the high-density housing. And I can tell you, it takes an army to get your opinions across. And certainly if you're going to Seal Beach City Council, you better make sure you have Seal Beach residents, because they're not going to listen to Rossmoor residents. So I would say if you know Seal Beach residents, you need to get them energized about this with the talking points that Mr. Churchill brings up and Helen brings up. And the same thing with Los Alamitos, that it's the city council, especially the councilman in that district that the Los Al resident is from, is gonna listen to their constituent over, one of us. But I can tell you that, Kevin Pierce was instrumental in both of those projects, and he worked tirelessly on both of those, and he had a group of people spearheading it and then getting more people involved to where there would be 100 concerned residents from all 3 cities there at the city council meeting. This was, as an example, Seal Beach. So if it's alarming and important, you need to mobilize. And this board has no jurisdiction in, of course, that. We can't get involved as directors of the Rossmoor Community Services District. We can go down as individuals and show our support or not our support to high density. But certainly, just like in the shops, building high density is going to impact Rossmoor. You know, building Lamson high density, high rises is going to change the makeup of Lamson. So, but thank you for bringing that up.
Sorry, one more question. Since they would be going to the schools in Rossmoor, do we have a minimum amount in each area?
No. They would be residents of either Los Alamitos or Seal Beach and part of the Los Al School District.
Which is in our neighborhood.
True.
Yes. And I would imagine, speaking frankly, that they would not be against that. They would like
The school
more.
board, you mean?
What, the school board?
Right.
They want it.
They want more heads.
They want more heads,
They,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
I have one more question.
yes.
One question for you, Tarquin. I just want to make sure. Does high density necessarily mean and dictate low income, or are they mutually exclusive?
Director Maynard, they're not really related. High density just means high density projects, multifamily dwellings. The low income component is often a
Wait a minute.
requirement,
Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
is often a requirement, but the two are not the same thing.
Okay. Why don't you just keep coming up here so this is all documented with our taping and stuff?
So, this whole thing boils down to Newsom's $22 billion projects, trying to get people in California to give up government land or whatever. So in his case, in this particular case, cities are jumping on it for the money because they're getting a bit of a kickback. The developer's getting a kickback. And it specifically states in Newsom's law, not law, in his information, that it is for low-income, high-density families or individuals. It also states that they're trying to get people off the roads driving and just more walking within your area. As we kind of know, politicians are trying to get cars off the road. So there's more of a plan behind the whole thing than meets the eye.
I have a feeling that the language is going to be high density from a legal standpoint. The low income is going to be the incentive for funding.
In this, you could be right,
Yeah.
but it's like a package deal when you read this.
When the builder all of a sudden gets subsidies.
Oh, he's totally getting
Yeah,
subsidies.
okay. It's the subsidies that's going to attract the builder. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so.
Thank you for taking the time on this.
Oh,
Do
No
appreciate
very
problem.
welcome.
Very important. This is very important. Okay, so we're going to wait on the pickleball public forum. Anyone else want to talk about anything other than what's not on the agenda, which includes pickleball? Any other issues that anyone wants to talk about? Okay, so I'm going to close public session and move to reports to the board. Mr. Mendoza, D1.
Thank you. I'd like to call up our arborist, Mary Kingman. Mary's going to give you our annual report on our urban forest for 2022. Going to give you a number of statistics and answer any questions. Mary's very popular in the city, and on a good note. And I was shocked. We contract through WCA, West Coast Arborists, and I believe Rob's here. Is that right?
he was.
He left.
Oh, he left, okay. One of the supervisors that Mary works hand in hand with, Rob Thompson, was here earlier. So anyway, Mary, if you would, please.
Sure. Good evening, and I'm happy to be here giving the report for the year 2022. Last year, the RCSD Tree Department had 146 trees planted in Rossmoor parks and parkways. A total of 89 trees were removed for various reasons, which include fungal or bacterial disease, wood decay, drought stress, or structural and hazard issues. One tree was removed to accommodate a driveway approach relocation. There were 49 known failures of limbs larger than 2 inches in diameter, and 90% of those were weather-related, and 1/3 were removed while still in the crown of the tree. There was one complete tree failure that was the result of the roots failing below the soil level, which did not result in personal injury or property damage. There were a total of 424 resident service requests and inquiries regarding trees, and the majority of those were for tree planting, trim or removal requests, tree health concerns, and reports of limb failures. Rossmoor trees continue to be adversely affected by a variety of conditions, and those include pest, fungal and bacterial disease, age-related wood decay, and drought. Unauthorized pruning, trunk damage from gardening equipment, root damage from construction, and synthetic turf installed around the base of the trees are some of the human-caused issues that are impacting our trees. In the coming year, the RCSD Tree Department will continue to promote, protect, and maintain a healthy urban forest in Rossmoor. The following are some of the practices that will be used as part of the district's urban forestry program. We will continue to plant trees, and we want to promote an age and species diverse urban forest. And encourage residents to take part in the tree selection process. I believe that helps and promotes the residents to care more for the trees when they've been able to select the tree in their parkway. The tree planting memorial program has been very popular, and we'll continue to do that for Rossmoor Parks. I will continue caring for trees by pruning, ordering supplemental trims, trimming for safety and clearance, staking, and watering, and also responding to resident service requests. I'll continue to monitor the trees and assess for health, maintenance, and safety concerns. And we will protect the trees by responding to parkway tree policy violations such as unauthorized trims, removals, and plantings. We will issue administrative citations and fines for unauthorized trimming and removal, and send letters of correction requesting residents to remove items such as swings and signs that are affixed to parkway trees, and to remove artificial turf from around the base of trees. We continue to educate the public by distributing new homeowner packets with tree policy information, flyers to contractors and landscapers, and we will keep the district website and other social media avenues updated. We will be hosting an Arbor Day celebration. We're in the planning stages of that, but it will be sometime in April, and we're going to also this year continue to involve the Youth Center and hopefully the Girl Scouts as well. And hopefully some of the school districts can also get involved. On the slide, you can see my totals for the year. The chart with the top 10 service requests, vacant site report, tree failure report. I wanted to end the report by showing a positive note. On the top two photos are Rossmoor's tree canopy, and you can see how that compares with nearby unincorporated cities of Stanton and Midway City. And you can see that having a lot of trees really make a difference. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
If I may, before you ask any questions, I want to commend Mary. We're constantly trimming trees, and we're jumping forward and doing, additional trims throughout the year, making sure it's safe. And today was a good indication of the efforts we had. I think we had one minor limb failure.
We had a small tree failure today, and that was a result actually of root pruning to accommodate synthetic turf. And in the past week, with all the weather, we had 2 very young trees leaned, and we had to remove those because they uprooted, and then 3 limb failures where the limbs were still within the crown of the tree, so none of them even came down. So it was I mean, hopefully that'll stay the record, but it was, we did okay for how bad the weather was.
Yeah. Director Searles, any questions?
I mean, yeah, one question. First, I want to begin with just acknowledging it looks like we planted way more trees than we had to remove this past year. Is that correct? I mean, it looks like 146 were planted and a little over 90 probably were removed.
Right, yeah. Some of those 146 were carried over from the last season. So there were less trees planted, removed this year than there have been in previous years. It seems like the situation's getting better as far as a lot of the more larger hazardous trees or trees that were affected by previous droughts were removed in just the last recent years. So it seems like it was better this year as far as how many trees we had to actually remove.
But has there been any change with your relationship with the county? I mean, I know the last time you presented, you said, you know, there were a lot of easy requests for them. The things that we may not want to be paying the arborists to cover, they would come in, and sometimes it fell under the jurisdiction of Public Works and things.
Yeah.
Is that relationship still there?
Still there, yeah.
Great.
They're helping us with removals and supplemental safety trims. So that's going well.
Okay. One of the items I think we spoke about, I don't remember, recently was about, you know, those locations where, you know, someone's moved in and similar to the synthetic turf, maybe there's concrete all the way up to near the base of the tree. And I think we talked about, you know, trying to work with Public Works and saying, this might be one of your situations where you want to go and the resident doesn't mind having the concrete broken up, but they don't want to do anything wrong and they don't want to be cited for it. Is there, you know, any recourse for that, or have you been able to explore that at all?
Yeah, I've been talking with Orange County Public Works as the Code Enforcement Division and just trying to, it's been going a little bit back and forth regarding the turf and code enforcement. There hasn't been much leeway. Their department's a little behind, I believe, because they've had some position changes and with the pandemic. So we need to explore that more this year and try to figure something out with that.
Well, thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mary, to everything that you do throughout the year. I was one of the lucky recipients to get a new tree.
I saw it. It looks great.
This year. It's beautiful, and I think this rain has been really good for it.
Really good, yeah.
As well as my neighbor directly across the street. So we both got new trees. We got the Saint trees.
Yeah.
We got the Australian willow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mary even knows what kind of tree.
Yes, she does. We've been in good contact.
Yeah.
So with this April celebration that we have coming up for Arbor Day, I would definitely like to connect with you and
Sure.
assist you on that, getting the Girl Scouts together. I know a lot of troop leader moms, and
Right.
I can help you with that. And
Okay,
also, I'd like to include our gal George Lynn, because I know she has a tree here, and she's very adamant about making sure that that tree is well taken care of. And she comes to every single thing that there is in Rossmoor, and she checks on her tree every chance she gets. So she's very protective of her tree, and that would be really great to be a part of, and looking forward to that.
Of course.
Thank you for everything that you do, Mary.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Director Markins? Director Maynard?
Yeah, first I want to comment what Joe said. It's absolutely true that Mary has a passion. When I called her when I wasn't on this board, I said, you know, the tree that I picked, because I got to pick it along with her, it needs some trimming, but you know, what can we do? She comes over all excited. Not just she's here, she's excited. I'm getting out my tools, we do it together. And it was a good time, and she knows her tree. The concept of artificial grass hurting our trees, that's concerning to me. We are the largest pocket of residents that are in unincorporated Rossmoor. If they have any kind of zoning or how you treat trees, we need to be part of that conversation, because we probably, as you can see, have more trees than anyone else. Maybe we should start leading that conversation of what would you do? What rules would you put around
Right.
people's landscaping? If you're trying to protect the tree, is it every 18 inches this way, and this way? Artificial turf can't come between it. You can't put rocks here. My whole thought is, let's define what you think is the right thing to protect Rossmoor trees, and then work together with the county.
Right.
Under the premise is, we're the biggest tree resident and community in all of Orange County. You have rules that affect county pockets.
Right.
We're your biggest. So let's work together to protect these trees.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is a question. We do a grid every 4 years. And I look at that and I love it. And the question for you is that enough? Imagine if we did it every 3 years. So now trees are getting 25% faster treatment
Right.
and coverage. That actually maybe could be a wrong thing. I don't know the trees, you do, but do you think 4 is the magic number?
Right now, what we're doing is the grid every 4 years and jumping ahead 2 years to the 2-year grid, the one that would be 2 years later. And I go and pick out so many trees. It's usually a couple hundred trees, 250s on average. And we trim those every 2 years. And
Is
those
that-
are just going through.
Is that sufficient?
So far, it seems like that's been working. And then I also jump ahead to the next year, the one that's going to be trimmed next year, and I put those trees, if needed, on a county safety trim, because that's usually a safety issue if they can't wait another year. That means it's going to a safety trim. So far, that's been working. You're always, with this many trees, you're always going to get so many limb failures and, in weather and summers. We don't want to over trim the trees.
Again, that's what, I wouldn't know if there is such a
Right.
thing, but what I want to, not to overstep your boss here, but I would encourage you, I'm gonna label you, you're the shepherd of our trees. And if you think there's something better, by all means, tell your boss, and maybe it's something a budget committee should look at is, should we invest even more in our trees? I don't think there's gonna be too many people saying that's a misinvestment.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Well,
shepherd of our trees?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll talk to Joe about it.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Wait a minute, I got a couple
Oh,
questions.
sure.
Director Maynard hit a couple of them, but let's just dive into this permit. So that is a great idea to, certainly on a brand-new landscape in a resident has that, he's got to go through the permit process and permit the house and everything, but there might be some changes that need to be done to the county code under landscaping to where it helps protect our trees at the same time. We're fighting the drought too. That's why the people are going to synthetic grass. But certainly there must be a basis for how much the circle needs to be around our
Right.
tree, right? Is that in code? Is that in
So-
statute?
Technically, any work done within the parkway needs a permit from the County of Orange.
Wow.
Say that again, so.
Any work, whether it's planting succulents or installing synthetic turf or whatever,
Putting in a paver?
gravel.
Would
What's-
putting in a paver effectively?
I believe anything
Anything, good.
is required. So they don't, I don't know how much they enforce that, So I think if somebody concreted in a parkway, that would definitely be an issue. I think when I've talked to them, most people believe synthetic turf is such a good thing because it's saving water. So they were shocked that I even had issues with synthetic turf. So we do have in our own policy to keep this synthetic turf. We actually added it, I think, a few years ago into the tree policy that synthetic turf needs to be, I believe it's 3 feet, it's 3 feet away from the tree trunk. I think we were going to do 4, and we decided on 3 because it's just seemed like a good compromise. So it's so when people do that and they put the turf in and it's actually not allowed, then it would be up to county to come in with a code enforcement, and that's what I was saying. I think they're a little bit behind in their department in implementing that type of enforcement.
And I think the obvious is you put synthetic turf, you don't water, right? I mean, you forget to water the tree, which is still alive.
Yeah, a lot of people do put it in, and they put it at a distance, and they leave a little space for the tree, and they put in some kind of drip, or they water the tree. So in that case, it's fine, and especially if we continue to get regular rainfall like we have been. But the problem is when it's right up against the trunk of the tree, you get issues with a lot of moisture underneath there that gets trapped. You get issues with the tree not getting sufficient water. Even though it's supposed to be a permeable material, it's plastic, and it also heats up. So it could be cooking the roots.
Yeah.
It's killing anything beneficial in the soil. If you want to kill anything on your soil, you cover it with plastic. And so it's killing anything beneficial, and there are a lot of beneficial organisms in soil that trees need. So it's just it's not great for trees up against the trunk, up against it. So that's what we want to try to avoid happening.
And one last question, which is mainly educational, but again, trees are such a large item in our budget. We spend a lot of money on our parkway trees. And we changed this a few years ago, and the RCSD did change our policy. If, as Director Maynard brings up, wants the parkway tree for some reason, the resident feels it needs another trim, what is a resident's option to do if they wanted an additional trim? So just go over real quickly our program.
Yeah, if it qualifies for an additional trim or a safety trim, then I can have it trimmed, have that put on a list to be trimmed. If they just want it done for aesthetic reasons, then there is the option to get a permit to have the tree trimming. That hasn't been a popular program because it's quite a process. They have to, within that permit program, there has to be a tree contractor used or an arborist. It can't just be somebody's gardener, that mows their lawn trimming the tree. So they have to be an actual tree contractor. And there's a deposit required, and there's very specific pruning instructions that need to be followed. So a lot of people look at that, and then they don't want to have to go through that process. So
I saw on the list there wasn't many, how many last year?
I think one. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add something that I should have looked at my notes? Something that I've been wanting to put out there as well. We're acknowledging the fact that we're this fantastic, great tree community, the biggest in Orange County, and we really don't have anything out there that stipulates that. I mean, can we get some signage out? Can we get some, it's very little in our community. Right when we enter our community, we should have something that acknowledges that. More acknowledgement to the fact that we are this fantastic tree community. Just, posting some signage, something a lot more out there, just acknowledging the fact that we are this fantastic tree community. And letting residents know. We have new residents that come into the community, and they really don't even realize. So I think it's something that we should probably address.
Yeah, Tree City USA signs at the entrances would be great, but I don't know if we'd have to probably coordinate that with county to see if, because I know signage has to go through that agency, so.
Right.
So, but yeah, that would be great.
Unless it's on our
A plaque or something, some text on the walls.
I hear someone talking.
Anyway, it'd be nice to have some plaques on the walls,
Yeah,
something along that
right.
line would be great, acknowledging the fact that we are that.
We don't have a plaque here, Rushmore?
We do, we have the Tree City USA signs.
Here.
Yeah, we have one here.
At both parks,
You're saying
yeah.
approaching, coming into Rossmoor,
yeah.
kind of like where a Rossmoor signs
If you've ever
are.
been there,
Yes.
you'd see why.
That's a good
Why
idea.
they moved here.
Okay,
Thank you, Mary.
We'll work on
Thank
that.
you, Mary.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, public hearings, none, oh, no, consent calendar. So consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. I don't believe, oh, no, everyone was here last. So do we need to remove any items, minutes, or the revenue and expense reports? Or if not, I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve consent items 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I would like a discussion on item 2 because we haven't had that in the last couple months.
Okay, so you're,
Which one's that?
The,
Two.
yeah, let's back this up. So you want to remove item 2 to discuss, so let's go ahead then, and can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
second, or I'll move to approve the minutes as
Okay,
consent.
item
Second.
E1, so Director Shade seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, so E2, questions?
Yeah, I would like for Mr. Mendoza to present, as I said last month, we didn't have this for a couple months, and so kind of catch up on what's going on with our revenue and expenditures and our accountant.
Thank you. Director Searles, members of the board. To date, our accountant is catching up. We've caught up to the end of November. However, there are some internal situations we're trying to work out with Black Mountain and the old fund balance accounting system, making sure that those transfers are transferred over to the right accounts. So there are some discrepancies within the internal budget, but overall, the account balances at the end of the day are accurate. And our LAIF fund is at $1.407,834,000, and our U.S. bank right now, we have $114,988 to operate with. This next agenda item, because we transferred the board and made some changes, this next agenda item, this resolution is going to give us new board members, myself, and the ability to transfer those funds. So I predominantly do it with the oversight of our accountant and now our administrative assistant. And basically, I keep a look at, with the accountant, at what funds will be coming in, because we do get incremental surges throughout the year from our tax dollars. And then what we need to operate. So we keep that balance, so we keep the bulk of our money in that secured LAIF fund, and then we keep a couple $100,000 on an average to operate through the next couple of months. As you know, we get different funds coming in different times of the year. We plan that and make sure that we're, that kind of gives us a benchmark to where we're going and where we should be. That kind of tells our staff too, slow down here, or you're okay, you can spend that money, or wait till we get that increment in so we don't dip too down into that LAIF account. We've been as low as 500,000, if we remember, and we're at 1.4 today, so we're pretty healthy. It's going to dip down a little, but then we get another increment. So at the end of the year, I know we will be in a good situation. But as far as the monthly report, I hope to be back up and to the penny, not to the nickel, not to the dime. With this accountant, I'm with him every day that he comes in and works with us. He's to the penny. He's not messing around. And we hope to have a great mid-year report in March, and then we'll just march on from there because we have our new system intact. So it's been somewhat of a journey, but it's something that we can get through. That answer your question, Director Searles?
Yeah, I guess one of the, I generally only look for the items where we've gone over budget already, and one of the items was the membership and dues under the administrative. We budgeted $9,500 for the year, and in November, the number was $6,400.
Yes.
That's page 35.
I have my
of the
cheat
agenda.
sheet right here. And that's one of those areas that we're looking at, and we recognize that there were some funds allocated to that account that shouldn't be there, and we're going to adjust that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Since it's open, I was going to call you offline about this. I'm on page 33.
Yep.
And just on the record, I called Joe and asked him, offline before this meeting a couple days ago about how this sheet looks, about how much year-to-date variance. And I forgot that we were on a fiscal calendar and not a calendar because I was a little worried. I think what would be helpful is at the end you show a year-to-date percentage budget. Can you add a column that would say year-to-date passage time? So when we see that we're at 14.8% of the budget, but guess what? We're at 14% of the calendar anyway, fiscal calendar. We all can have perspective when we read these reports that, oh, everything's fine. And again, we also recognize that the way the county disperses property tax money is like in tranches, a couple big tranches, and your biggest issue is cash flow. But if you can add a column of percentage of time elapsed, I don't know what you would want to call it, but the concept is how much time in that fiscal calendar has expired and then how much we have spent, so it puts it into relativity. Make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're asking.
Okay.
All right, with that, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? No? Okay, 5-0. All right. Okay, so F, no public hearings. G1, Resolution 2301-1001, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the RCSD designating certain district officials to transmit business with financial institution which houses the district investment savings and other financial accounts. Mr. Mendoza.
President DeMarco, members of the board, as I mentioned, this is an annual, process we go through to list new directors and officials to authorize transactions on behalf of the board and behalf of the community. So tonight, the resolution is asking for us to fill out some forms and get the resolution signed by our president. And what we're asking you to do is to approve policy number 4055, district bank and investment accounts, designate the board president, first vice president, second vice president, and general manager to authorize and sign checks. So as you know, we do twice a month we pay our invoices in our accounts payable, and we thoroughly go through it, make sure we're on track. We ask usually the president to come in and sign with me. If the president's on vacation, we go to the next person, and we have some accountability there with the accountant and the three of us doing that. So that would give us the ability to sign those checks. And the other one is the LAIF and the bank accounts. We're asking that we also approve Michael Matsumoto, our CPA, not to have the ability to sign a check, not to have the ability to make any transfers, but to have the ability to look at it on the computer, make sure that they're watching and following the flow. So with that, I'd like to ask you to please to do a roll call to approve this resolution, and I'll ask Carolyn to do that roll call.
Roll call.
Oh,
Direct.
Wait, there needs to be a motion. Is there any discussion, though? Shouldn't be.
Well, you want to have a motion and second and then discussion?
Well, I just want to make sure if there is a discussion. I don't. This is routine done every year, so I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 23-01-10-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Service District designating certain district officials to transact business with financial institution which house the district's investments, savings, or other financial accounts.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
No discussion.
Any discussion?
It's
Okay.
pretty cut.
Roll call?
Roll call. Director Barkey.
Aye.
Director Maynard.
Aye.
Director DeMarco.
Aye.
Director Shade.
Aye.
Director Searles.
Aye.
5-0, passes. Okay. right, so now ordinance is none, we're regular calendar. H1, discussion and possible action, approval of proposed professional service agreement for tennis instructor at Rossmoor Park. Mr. Mendoza.
President DeMarco, members of the board, it's time to re-up our agreement with our tennis instructors. As you know, we lost Fernando. He retired and moved to Florida, and we have a 2-year contract that just is up for renewal with Bo Berglund, and that would be effective March 10th, 2023 for 2 years. Bo has been with us for a number of years and is well thought of. He's dedicated, well liked by his clients, and has been very, very on time. He's a good instructor. There are some fee increases within this agreement that I will go over briefly, shortly. And the other instructor that would be taking Fernando's place was recommended by Fernando, and it's been a couple of months, and I did extensive research on him, and looked at his references and called him in and talked to him a couple of times. And I'm recommending that we enlist Thomas Schlack. Thomas has a BS and a degree from Pepperdine. He was on their tennis team, is a lifetime coach with the USTA, certified tournament official, and is currently #1 in the singles 60 and over in the Southern California. Mr. Schlack has taught tennis at the Lakewood Tennis Center since 2023, and I know a lot of people over there and interviewed them, and he is really well thought of. He has a great reputation. He's a strong teacher and highly regarded, and I anticipate that he doesn't want to work more than 10 to 20 hours a week, and he wants to complement Bo's days off and schedule. Sometime they'll overlap, but most of the time there'll only be one tennis court being under instruction. Once in a while, if there's some overlapping, there'll be 2, but it won't be during prime time. So Mr. Slack's looking at Sundays, Mondays when Bo's days off, and a couple of interim hours during the week. So with that, I would like to entertain and ask the board to approve the agreements attached. There are some fee schedules behind it. Let me see if I can find them. Within the agreement are some requirements that the tennis instructors give us 24-hour advance notice of any changes, and Bo's been very good at that, and they give us their schedule in advance, and we put it up on the bulletin board over at the park, and then we take reservations as the courts are available. The fee schedule is at the time of submission of this statement, contractor shall remit the payment to district in readily available funds, $15.50 per hour, effective March 11, 2023. So that's competitive with the Old Ranch. It's competitive with a couple other neighboring cities. And then in 2024, we go to $16.50. Each individual receives tennis lessons on an hourly basis. For group lessons, and we're encouraging that because we haven't had group lessons in the past, many of them, but we're encouraging both instructors to look at giving group lessons for adults and youth. That'll give more participation, more activity on a court, and it's, I guess, it's easier for kids to get more involved if they're in a group and they're rotating in, rotating out, and having fun, kind of a carnival type setting, and that would be $17.50 per hour. So that both these would take effective dates on March 11, 2023, if this is approved. So I would ask the board for any questions and ask for your approval.
Mr. Mendoza, what is the current schedule for the contractor to remit?
The current schedule for what contractor?
So Mr. Berglund, what does he give per hour to the district currently?
$14.50.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Both of these instructors, do they have a particular demographic that they specialize? Is this more youth? Is this mixed ages? What are the students with each of these teachers?
Bose is mixed. Fernando was somewhat, I think, would lean towards the youth, and
Okay.
Mr. Slack would end up pushing that area a little more, but he would also take adults.
Okay, so the other question, I've got another one after this. Are they here tonight?
No, they're not.
They're not here tonight, okay. The fact that this new one that you've been screening, how far have you vetted him knowing that it's going to be children? Is there fingerprinting?
No.
Is there any kind of certification that, because he's going to be teaching children on our courts, what vetting and screening has been done?
That's why, Director Maynard, that's why we didn't start him earlier and we're moving him back to match Bose. I'd like him to start now, but there are some vetting that we're doing, and one is a DOJ fingerprinting process.
So we do have a fingerprinting.
He will be, yes.
Background search.
Bo has been, yes. And we have
Perfect,
a-
that's all, that's my concern. Thanks.
It's item 9B in the contract.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's in the contract.
It's a lot to catch up on.
So, Mr. Mendoza, you're recommending, of course, Bo and what's the other one's? Thomas, tonight, and want an approval of these contracts to start in March 2023.
Our attorney has looked over these contracts and will be in part of the process in getting them signed with the tennis instructors.
Any comment, Tarquin?
Thank you, President. Yes, we made some updates to testing provisions as well as
Okay. We have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay. Just a regular roll call, or just
It's not,
No roll call.
it is a contract, though.
a vote? Okay,
Okay.
so all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? No, I think it's 5-0, and they pass. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. It would be, can we invite the new instructor for February so we can meet him?
Tom?
Thomas?
Sure, I'm sure
Okay.
they would both
Oh,
like
okay.
to come.
Great.
Sure.
That'd be great. All right, let me get back to, okay. H2, consideration of proposed pilot pickleball program. Mr. Mendoza,
Here we go.
here we go.
Do you want to open up public forum first?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna open it up for these cards. Do you want to speak before or after, Mr. Mendoza?
Mine's going to be brief, then
Okay,
you can
go
open it
ahead.
up. Okay. President Markle, members of the board, as you remember, last month you asked me to come back with a pilot program report for pickleball. You mentioned that you would like to see a 90-day trial period and that we look at dates and times. So before you tonight, I'm just going to ad-lib a little bit and then read a little bit, and so here we go. It is recommended the Rossmoor Community Services District reviewing the proposed pilot program for pickleball and take action as follows. So I gave you some options. You can do whatever you want, of course, with 3 votes, but I just laid out a couple of situations. You can approve the proposed pilot pickleball program as presented, make modifications, of course, or direct the general manager as appropriate. So tonight, before you, I'm going to lay out a 90-day schedule while a permanent pickleball program is being considered. As you know, we've done a sound study, we've done some other things. I'm waiting for the end of the evening tonight. President DeMarco, sometime this week, will put together his new committee chairs. And we will have that new Parks and Facilities Committee, and then we will vet, and I will prepare a preliminary report to the Parks and Recreation Committee, Facilities Committee, to look at our pickleball situation and all the variables, cost, all the things that we've talked about for a couple months. But in the meantime, the board wanted to look at a pilot pickleball program for 90 days while that's going on. The pickleball review process continues as the sound studies are evaluated. The Parks and Facilities Committee will meet in the future to go over those items. The following pilot pickleball program is presented for the board's consideration. 1, tennis court 1, we would put 3 pickleball courts, 2 on one side and 1 on the other with some seating in order to people to get in and out of the court without, I guess, interrupting play. 2 is the pilot pickleball program will run for 90 days from March 28th to April 29th. The 3 pilot pickleball courts will be available as follows. So I just took a good look at the schedules, took a good look at some of the play on the courts, and just made some random, I guess, guesses. But on Monday, Wednesdays, 9 to 1, Tuesdays, Thursdays, 5 to 9, Fridays were closed, and Saturday and Sundays, 1 to 5. So what we would do, our staff would go out at about 8:30. These courts would be taped. They're not going to be permanently marked. So they'd be taped like we did that trial 3-day program. They'd be taped. We would go out, put temporary pickleball nets up. We have those in stock. And then we'd take them down after 1. We'd put them up about 8:30. People would start playing at 9 on Monday, Wednesdays, and 5 on Tuesday, Thursdays. And we just looked at the variety of hours and thought those would work out the best. Saturdays 1 to 5 and Sundays 1 to 5. The following guidelines will be intact if the board approves this. The pickleball program will be offered to Rossmoor residents only by reservation at $6 per hour per court. So they would call in just like they would a tennis court, or they would go online and make a reservation and pay. Maximum 4 players per court for doubles, maximum of 12 players for the 3 courts, of course. RCSD will provide the portable nets, and patrons will be required to bring their own paddles and balls. We will do some recommended, I guess, signage for the lower impact or the balls that are a little quieter. We will put some signs up asking for people to purchase those type and make sure they're using those. Courts that are not reserved may accommodate walk-on play, just like our tennis program right now. Courts will be unstaffed, and the reservation system using the monitor Rossmoor Community Center will be utilized for reservations of verification. Outside of pickleball hours, Court 1 will also, even with the dual lines, be available for tennis open play. We wouldn't reserve it. I think it would be just not proper to reserve the court and have people play with all those lines down there. If we do a permanent pickleball court, either here, wherever, Rush, Rossmoor, it would be a permanent pickleball court. We wouldn't double down on tennis court lines. It's hard to play. So, but if somebody wanted to go out and hit or play on that court, it would be free in those off hours for tennis players. So that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Before the questions, let's go ahead and hear from the public. All right, so I'm going to call you guys up for comment. The first is Michelle Filtson.
Good evening. I'd like to state my opposition to the pickleball trial. The recommendations as provided by Mr. Mendoza do nothing to address any of the questions or concerns that we have brought to this board over the last 6 months. They've been outlined in several emails. You have all of that. The board commissioned 2 sound studies. I know for sure one was performed in November. I'm not sure about the other. We're 2 months out. We still don't have that information. We didn't have that information as of the December meeting. And yet 4 board members decided that going forward with the pickleball program, pilot pickleball program, was a good idea. The sound studies are important for a variety of reasons. Number 1, is a sound barrier practical? How much will the noise be reduced? Is there a comparison between different sound barriers? What are the different options and corresponding noise reduction measurements? Is Rush Park a more feasible site? And more importantly, no financial analysis has been done. Is any of this even financially feasible? So before you jump into anything, we don't even know if it's something that we would want to spend money on. The idea of implementing pickleball in the proximity to residential homes without any noise mitigation measures is against every single piece of objective scientific data that has been presented to this board. It is completely irrational to move forward without any noise reduction measures. You've all been aware over and over of lawsuits that are popping up across this country from homeowners who live in proximity to pickleball courts. This has to do with the type of park and the type of community that pickleball is being placed in. It has nothing to do with opposition to pickleball. It has to do with the appropriateness of pickleball in proximity to homes. As you're also aware, Spenderian and Willis recommends no pickleball within the proximity of 500 to 600 feet of homes. The closest homes in proximity to pickleball is approximately 225 feet. So again, this goes to the practicality of the type of community we have. One of the questions this board has refused to answer is how you will implement regulating non-adherence to stated pickleball rules. We have the failed experiment at College Estates Park in Long Beach with the shared pickleball court. You're all aware that the city of Long Beach closed that down due to non-adherence of rules, vandalism, and noise. We have yet to hear how this board will address that in Rossmoor. In addition, the placement and removal of temporary portable nets does nothing to mimic a real-life scenario. So again, it doesn't address the non-adherence. The board has refused to hold a public forum on this issue. The extensive data, research, and information provided to this board via email remains, for the most part, out of public view, giving the community a very limited understanding of the complexity of this issue. This board has taken repeated shortcuts, minimized the process that needs to be done. There's been no site study. I cannot fathom moving forward without this information. Mr. Mendoza just stated that these things will be done, but in the meanwhile, the pilot program can proceed. Well, that's not how it works. That's backwards. You need all of this information, and then you proceed forward. In addition, pickleball requires a change of use at the park. This is being completely ignored, a mere afterthought to be dealt with later. Once again, this is putting the cart before the horse. The board is assuming the community would be in favor of changing a regulation that has been in place for decades, because according to a recent park survey, approximately 91 people out of 3,500 homes think pickleball would be a good idea. This board, based on self-serving interests and personal opinion, has declared there is a need for pickleball in Rossmoor that at no time has been established. And again, the single compelling argument for making a change in park use and displacing our vibrant tennis community is that some pickleball players don't want to travel a mile or two outside of Rossmoor to play. The issue of disparity in park treatment, the continued overburdening of Rossmoor Park, no mitigation plan for increased parking, all of this has still, to date, not been addressed by the board.
Michelle, can you wrap it up?
Part of the issue with not allowing a public forum is that you're only allowing people 3 minutes to speak. In summary, you are misleading the public into thinking you merely want to add a fun sport, similar to tennis, that it's just a bunch of whining park neighbors complaining about nothing, when you know it is far, far more complicated than that. The only rational and responsible vote is no on the pilot program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Derek Chow.
Hello, everyone. I want to start to let you know that I'm not against pickleball, but I'm against having pickleball taking away the Rossmoor court, one Rossmoor court, because then we're going to be down with a coach and a pickleball. We're going to be down to just 2 courts. And it's like, if we had 8 courts, losing 1 court, not a big deal. Down to 2 courts, it's like, it's a big deal on the weekends for those that work. Like myself, on the weekdays, it's like the only time I have is the weekends, and then those are very busy. As far as like, also with the noise and congestion, one thing that you probably haven't really thought about much is if we have pickleball and tennis, it's like when you get there, and if everyone hasn't reserved a court, then it's like it's up to whatever is open, and then it's like who's waiting for, who's a pickleball player or who's a tennis ball player if they're putting down their bags because they're waiting. And then it's like, then you're gonna have, okay, let me put in a sign up board. And then with the sign up board, then it's like people that get a court, they might not cross out their name, or they might sign their name and then leave because they're tired of waiting. And then all of a sudden you have this big congregation of people, and you might have some disputes on who came first or what, and some confusion. And I don't think that's been thought of about. I used to live in College Park East before. I'm here now in Rossmoor, and I've been here for a decade. But before that, I was in College Park East, and they have the Seal Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center. And that works over there because the 405, as you know, is very noisy, and it drowns out pretty much almost everything. So that's why it works over there. But here, it's a residential community, and I don't think pickleball should be in Rossmoor. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next, Chris Marshall.
Thank you, board members. My name is Chris Marshall, and I appreciate you guys taking on this topic. I'm in favor of Mr. Mendoza's proposal for a 90-day pilot program. I was part of the trial, the 4-day trial, and at that, I also attended the forum earlier we had maybe 2 or 3 months ago here, and I expressed how I don't want to rely on outside communities like Seal Beach and other locations in Long Beach to provide these services, these benefits to, I think, Rossmoor residents, that the Rossmoor residents will benefit from pickleball courts in our local area. So that's what I want to talk to you about here. And I want to actually going to use my mom as an example. She is 83 years old. She lives in Payson, Arizona. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think there's actually, it's a silent majority of Rossmoor residents that would like to have additional facilities like pickleball courts. And my mom is 83, and she does a lot of walking. She'll go walking to about a quarter mile away, this park. It has playground sets, it has tennis courts, it has softball fields and baseball fields. And she's been doing this for like 15 years. She's 83. She doesn't do anything at all at this park but watches. They put the pickleball courts in. And I actually was visiting her. I said, Mom, I have a paddle, I have a ball, let's go just hit back and forth. And she said, oh, no, I can't do that. And I got one of those little suction cups at the bottom of the paddle so she didn't worry about bending over, pick the balls up easily. And in the course of like 10 minutes, she and I had a rally back and forth of at least 8 balls back and forth. She was giddy with happiness. She was able to do something, be active in those parks that she was walking around for 15 years. Now she can actually participate because of pickleball. Now, I also relate, this is across all generations. It's not just the older people playing pickleball. I'm in my late 50s, right? But this youth movement is happening too. Pickleball is being introduced to so many schools, not just in California, but across the country. It's a growing, super fast, popular sport amongst the youth. And there's going to be major youth interest in these courts as well. And what I love is the fact that my mom actually bought 4 paddles. She has 14 grandkids that are in ages like age 9 to 18. And now every time they come up, and this has been over the last year, they want to play pickleball with her. And she has the chance now to go out and do something with them as opposed to just having to watch. And it's made it, in this sport, it's growing, and because it is across generations. And I think here at Rossmoor, let's do a 90-day trial program. Let's see what sort of attraction there is of generations beyond just people like me who play pickleball regularly. I'm looking forward to those courts being open to a lot of people to experience the sport that they can now participate in instead of just watching. Thank you for your, yes.
I do have one question. You mentioned that you were at a forum.
What's that?
You mentioned that there was a forum here because
Oh,
one of the
like
ladies said that there's been zero forum, zero communication, so.
Yeah, 2 or 3 months ago, it was in the walls weren't up, but there was a pickleball was a primary subject, and I spoke then as well.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't on camera or anything.
It was Parks and Rec.
Jeff, Jeff, you were there, I remember. And again, I appreciate you guys allowing us to give our perspective. And I think that the board has done a lot in terms of evaluating and looking, is this something that we should look into? I know Joe has done a lot of due diligence. I know Joe also came from Cerritos Parks. They put in 3 courts there. Those things are used continuously, a huge success. And I think we need to give ourselves a chance to see in Rossmoor how much interest there is in this 90-day trial or 90-day pilot program is definitely going to give us much more information just with a 90-day trial than we have right now. So that's why I highly encourage it. And thank you, Joe, and thank you, the board, for hearing me out.
Thank you, Chris. All right, next up, Maureen Waters.
Good evening, directors and Mr. Mendoza. I have spoken many times on the subject of pickleball in Rossmoor. I am in favor of item H2 on the agenda this evening, which is a trial period of 90 days, pickleball period of 90 days. When approved, 1 tennis court at Rossmoor Park will be converted to 3 pickleball courts with restricted hours and available for Rossmoor residents only to reserve for $6 per hour. Any court not reserved will be for open play. Item H2 is a compromise for both sides. And if you guys remember me, my big thing is compromise. There's got to be something both sides can hopefully, quote, agree on. Pickleball can be played in Rossmoor and pickleball can be played in Rossmoor, and tennis is being decreased to 3 courts for only 1/4 of the time the tennis courts are open. H2 still allows for tennis to be played on all 4 courts on all day Friday and in the mornings Saturday and Sunday. In my opinion, this sounds like a good compromise on the side of the pro pickleballers. I hope the against pickleballers will see this as a compromise they can accept. Pickleballers would simply like to enjoy an activity in our neighborhood park. I can't wait to ride my new bike to pickleball in a Rossmoor Park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Susan Kaplan.
Hi, my name is Susan Kaplan. I live on Baskerville. Pickleball's fun. Tennis ball is fun. Pickleball, though, is not an emergent need. And there's a lot of complexity. And so to simply say it's fun, why not have it, We've, as a group, presented a lot of emails to that, and it just seems like we're being summarily dismissed. I feel until RCSD does its due diligence, and that is offers transparency, respects our major concerns about noise, traffic, congestion, the impact on tennis, and the risk of confrontations, it must vote no on any pickleball that usurps a tennis court at Rossmoor Park. The trial of pickleball in July did nothing to provide data. Data was supposed to be collected before and during the so-called trial, but the trial was a sham. Even then, President Jeff Rips said at a Parks and Rec committee meeting that the trial produced no data and was without science. As stewards of the well-being of Rossmoor residents, RCSD needs to vote against another fruitless trial. With no staffing provided, how will worthwhile impact data be collected? How will off-hours pickleball players be turned away? How will non-Rossmoor residents who come to play be handled? I know the answer. Homeowners and nearby tennis players will have to police the violators and risk altercations. That's a recipe for disaster. There have been, to date, no convincing demand studies. 91 people in the park satisfaction survey filled in the dot for pickleball, but there are 3,500 homes. At the December board meeting, General Manager Mendoza said that there was a petition of 200+ people asking for pickleball in Rossmoor, but he gave no record of it or a working link to it. This was apparently an online petition with no information as to questions posed and how it was verified that all respondents were, in fact, only Rossmoor residents. Even so, 200 people in 3,500 homes is a far cry from a majority that speaks to demand. If there ever is a needs study produced that shows that there is a majority that wants pickleball in Rossmoor, we need a site study before implementing it anywhere in Rossmoor. Why push pickleball on Rossmoor Park before a site study? Tanager Park was identified in Costa Mesa as a park to compare to our parks, and in fact, it is very similar to Rush Park. That Costa Mesa park inexpensively implemented pickleball using a small footprint of foundation for 2 pickleball courts. No fence, no lights. No lights means play is not possible during sensitive hours of the morning and evening when neighbors would be most affected. When construction was presented to the board related to Rush Park, it became a no-starter because the cost was described as being prohibitively expensive. But in fact, Tanager Park, with its simple model, would clearly be affordable. A fair site study has to be part of the dialogue, and RCSD must not thrust upon Rossmoor Park a project that has many adverse impacts. I don't feel pickleball site studies have been done, but if a second pickleball trial is to be thrust upon Rossmoor, then we should do so at Rush Park so that a second trial is not a redundant trial.
Susan, can you wrap it up? You're at 4.5 minutes.
My feeling is until RCSD does its due diligence, offers transparency, respects our major concerns, that they need to vote no on any pickleball pilot study or otherwise usurping a tennis court at Rossmoor Park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, I think it's Victor Pedroza. Okay. Did I say it right? Okay, thank you.
Very quickly. First of all, good evening, members of the board. Congratulations on the new positions. Mr. Mendoza, thank you for supporting Tom taking care of the kids with a special need and supporting him to take care of them and the rest of the tennis players who they were abandoned. Okay, so regarding pickleball or tennis, as a physician, I recommend exercise to everyone, young, elderly, 80s, 90s, 100. Please exercise. I just think bringing pickleballs and expenses of tennis, I think it's not a good idea just with 4 courts. I've been living here for 25 years. I see the demands of the tennis courts, and I'm a family member of tennis players, but I recommend pickleball if we find the right place, and I think it's a great opportunity and an innovation to bring more money, and according with my calculations, I think we can bring about $50,000 a year to the Rossmoor that we needed. We do it right, because in Seal Beach, they're charging $3 per person to be there. If you think the number of players that can be in a court, so if we build a pickleball court, it can be 16 players multiplied by $3 each, which is kind of difficult to collect the money. They're having that problem in Seal Beach, and they're having problems to who go there, who played. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know what we're doing the trial, since we know everybody's here because they want tennis, they want pickleball, and I agree with everyone. But you know how difficult it's going to be to trial out, to take out the tapes and masks. I went to the tennis course. I was there in Seal Beach, and I saw poor Brenda, the manager of there. How long does it take to put the tapes and take it off? It's going to be a lot for your staff for 3 months, in my opinion. I think that I recommend probable invest, and like here was a school, right? And then they make this park. Now, we have, everybody complained about the noise for the neighbors, which is true, it bothered them. And that if I would be living in front of the Rossmoor or Rush Park, I would bother. But, you know, we have an auditorium here. We put a 3-4 course here, 4 hours, we make $7,000, $8,000. We put it 8 hours, we make $15,000. We'll build a simple pickleball here in Rossmoor. That's it, the solution for everyone. Besides, Rossmoor Park has almost all the activities: baseball, softball, basketball, volleyball, horse game, all the activities. Here, what do we have? I mean, honestly, it's just the cultural thing. So we're dividing, and more people live around Rush than Rossmoor. So just consider that possibility. Don't destroy tennis, that a lot of us, we've been doing it for years and years and years. We're bringing a lot of money on tennis. Removing tennis to bring a little bit more on pickleball, I don't think this is a solution. I mean, as a business person, I don't think that's the way to go. But you guys make the decision, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Rob Kaplan.
Excuse me, just a second here. Lori Pintar is a tennis player and pickleball player.
I think you have to back up a little.
Sorry.
There.
Who was not able to attend tonight, but she wanted me to read an email that she once sent to the board. And it's addressing the inadequacy of the November 14th trial that was done. She was playing tennis on court 3 at Rossmoor when the sound test for pickleball was conducted on November 14th. There were only 4 players playing during the test, fewer than will be allowed to play on the pickleball courts. The 4 players were beginning to intermediate players at best, and a few did not appear to have played previously at all. The players had to be instructed how to hit the ball and to enact pickleball playing by the sound engineer. He even had to coach them on how to hit the ball harder. The pace of hitting was significantly below actual hitting on a pickleball court. The sound of hitting, representing the impact of the paddle on the ball, although distracting to us while we were playing tennis, was significantly below the sound of standard hitting on a pickleball court. The players were not playing actual games, but just hitting the ball with the paddle. When I questioned the person in charge regarding the faulty nature of the study, he asked the sound engineer to come and speak to me briefly. The sound engineer told me that he would use amplification to emulate more players. I asked him what standard he would be using for pace of hitting, sound of impact of hitting. He did not have a response and just looked at me. And she goes on to write that if the RCSD is about to approve a significant change to the tennis facility, then at the very least, a reliable sound study should be conducted and the information from it made available before any further pilots are done. There is no way that anyone could argue that the sound study conducted and that she witnessed firsthand was realistic or reliable. In fact, it was shoddy and did not cross the threshold of professionalism. This is just a little vignette of an example of the inadequacy of the preparation that you have in going into this commitment to a 90-day trial that you are proposing. A 90-day unstaffed trial without ongoing careful monitoring of impact, with realization of the inherent conflicts that are likely to happen, the disagreements and the confrontations between tennis and pickleball that are likely to happen. Who will come late in the evening when there's a disagreement? Will that be assigned to individual board members on certain nights will be the one to come, or is this going to be Orange County Sheriff that will come to adjudicate these sorts of things? Do you realize that the need is not urgent? This has been stated so many times by people who have come to these meetings. This is not an emergency need. The city of Long Beach is building 17 new pickleball courts at El Dorado Park to open before the end of the spring, added to what's available in Seal Beach and elsewhere. This is not an urgent need. Do it right. Do it right. Make sure that you have very good, clear information about the impacts, and this has been mentioned by so many others, the sound impact, the traffic impact, the interaction with tennis players impact. Do it right. Get the information clearly, openly, present it to everyone, review it, and cost impact, as was alluded to, and then possibly consider what you're going to do next in terms of looking at this sport. But it's not an emergency rush to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, Carol Churchill.
First, I just would like to make a general comment of being an audience member of what I noticed. People came up here to speak, but you told two of them to wrap it up. I didn't think that was appropriate. You only give them 3 minutes to speak.
No, I gave them...
No, that's your rule. I'm not saying you gave them 3 minutes. I'm saying somebody asked them to wrap it up.
I did. I did. They were going on 5 minutes. So
Right. So
I wasn't clear on that. So
I'm not criticizing you.
Okay. Well, I take it as a criticism, but okay.
I think they might have been offended, and I know that's not what you meant to do, okay? You know, I was an elected official. We did have the 3-minute rule in our council, but we only applied it when there were a large number of people in the room. We had a heavy agenda, and many people wanted to speak on it, because our philosophy was that we wanted to give people an opportunity to speak to their elected officials at a public forum. The 3-minute rule is really designed only for that situation. Here it seems to be applied more frequently when opposition to what you've already planned on doing is being spoken. And it's not a law, it's just a policy that you have, and it discourages participation by the people in your community. I'll move on to the topic at hand. With regard to the satisfaction survey, only less than 300 people responded to that survey. The one question that was relevant is, what sports would you like to see? 91 people said they would like to see pickleball. That meant that was 1/3 of the respondents, or 66% of the respondents did not answer that in a positive fashion. So you have a less than majority of the people you reached. You have about 4,700 homes in the neighborhood, around 11,000 residents, and you only had less than 300 responses. So you clearly did not reach a statistically significant portion of your residents in order to determine their interest in this sport. Due diligence, that's what you were elected to do. In November, we were told there was going to be a sound report presented. We didn't see it. In December, we didn't see it. In January, we still haven't seen it. Yet, one of the key issues with regard to whether you're going to have this pilot program or pickleball permanently is not how the sound occurs on the court itself while they're playing, but how the homeowners around these courts are going to be negatively impacted. Because it's those noise irritations that bring lawsuits against the elective bodies that put these programs into effect, because they haven't done their due diligence, because they didn't notify the property owners that changes were going to be made in the community that would adversely affect their quiet enjoyment of their home. And that's what they paid for, and by law, they're entitled to have quiet enjoyment of their home. At an absolute minimum, your due diligence requires you to consider whatever sound reports have already been prepared. And I doubt that you've seen them, because I've asked to see them and I haven't been given them. They weren't in the agenda packet in November, December, or January. So if for some reason, whatever you paid for, you haven't seen, and you're making a decision in the absence of that information. That would be lack of due diligence. I'm assuming you're going to proceed with the pilot program because 3 of you have already said to Mr. Mendoza, get it done. You've got your votes stacked against the people who have opposition. That's obvious. So what I'm going to do is suggest to Mr. Mendoza some potential changes to the pilot program that would allow him to at least gather some valid data. First of all, he says that the site is not going to be staffed. The other day, he told me that there's a staff office right at the tennis ball courts. Now, I'm not sure why you could not have a staff member during these specific hours who would prepare a weekly report to the general manager and let him know how this is being operated. Are people getting along? Are there noise complaints? Are there problems with parking? Are there problems with traffic, additional traffic in the neighborhood? And are there noise complaints? Secondly, or finally, there should be a comment box posted where this temporary program is going to go on, so that residents can drop in written comments about their approval or disapproval of how this pilot project is going, so they don't have to figure out which day you're going to have a discussion on this and try and show up at a public meeting. Those are the end of my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Ralph Vardabedian.
Thank you, board members, for giving us the opportunity to talk about this issue. I don't have prepared comments or written comments, but I want to just make a few observations. I think our CSD's main mission ought to be building and operating 2 world-class parks, parks that our community, our very fine, affluent community could look at with a lot of pride. And yet, I think time and again, there's distractions from that. There's traffic, there's street sweeping, there's parking issues, there's development issues. A lot of those are represented in this meeting. That's fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't take account of all that. But I'd like to see a lot more attention on building 2 world-class parks. When this pickleball issue first emerged, it was delegated to the Parks and Facilities Committee, and there were 2 meetings, I believe, that Director Rips and Director Searles held. And I was fairly encouraged at the beginning, at the front end of that, because I felt like the message they were both giving was, we're going to do this methodically and carefully. And I didn't go into those meetings headstrong against pickleball. My feeling was, if you can put a dedicated pickleball facility into either park, and you can fully mitigate it, it can be quiet, it could be an attractive asset to the park, something nice to look at, something that says, hey, we've got pride in our parks, look at that facility. I'd be all for it. Well, I wouldn't be against it, let's put it that way. But that's not where we're going now. We've somehow taken different jigs and jags in this process, and now we're kind of winging it, in my opinion. And it's not just my opinion. You've heard from Art Remne, president of RHA, saying the same thing. You've heard from former director Mark Niddickman saying the same thing. You've heard from the tennis pro that's now in Florida, Fernando, saying don't take away from tennis and for pickleball. And you've got a petition of 30 residents from around Rossmoor Park that said they had some really serious concerns. So again, I'll echo what Rob Kaplan said. Please do this right. I hope there is no rush to really do a trial period or whatever you're going to call it. And I know maybe you view this as, well, this is no big deal. There's probably no sound impact. There's no community impact. There's no impact on the passive park users who may be there with their kids over at the tot lots wanting some quiet time with the kids, or the other tennis players wanting to focus on their game, or from the homeowners who are 225 feet away. But I'd say this. I think General Manager Mendoza outlined 20 hours of trial period per week. 20 hours over a 12-week period. That's 240 hours of impact. I think you value, if there is negative impact, you value that at $0. I have a higher estimate on that. So you will be causing, I think not just me, but a lot of people, some negative impact. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, before I open this up. So you guys got, the board got all this written information for the board, and a lot of information. I would say most of it is to the point of why we should or shouldn't have pickleball. However, there was one letter that kind of questioned, and again, you can question my integrity. Okay, I sit up here, I'm elected by the community. Whatever, you can question me. But I take offense when you question my wife. So this letter claims that my wife was recruited to participate in the sound study. And the reason why I'm reacting to this is now in public record, and I want to react to it. And I may write something to have it go into public record. But I want to use this platform to kind of counter the claims on this letter that somehow my wife had some impropriety in helping out on this sound study that she did not know the sound study person, okay? She did not participate in the actual sound readings. What she was asked to do was to get volunteers. So Mr. Mendoza asked my wife to get some volunteers. It's tough to get volunteers to come out midday and volunteer to do any type of activity, probably anywhere. People work and it's hard to do, right? People are busy. And my wife knows about volunteer because she's very generous and she volunteers her time on many, many things. And because she volunteers, she knows a lot of volunteers, as another person on our board also does, who does a lot of volunteer. And, you know, my wife is 3 times Hero of the Heart recipient. She's been volunteering ever since we moved here in 2005. And I really, really take offense to this letter where it points at somehow my wife has some, there is some benefit other than wanting to enjoy the park and wanting to help out on a study, that somehow she has you know, she's doing something wrong and she's helping me somehow doing something wrong, only because I have an opinion on a matter, okay? So I just wanted to spend a moment and, you know, I think it was a nasty letter, and, you know, I would say that the primary person who wrote the letter, in my opinion, has a huge conflict, because he's going to get definitely benefit if we move one way and not the other. So I just, I would say if members of the community want to attack my wife, I will continue to defend my wife, and I'll use this podium to do such. So with that, I'll open this up. Anyone can jump in. We can talk about it as long as we want. So who wants to start?
I have an initial question for Joe. Mr. Mendoza, what's the status of the noise study?
Noise studies have been secured. I've received, I think, the last one sometime in December. I have not analyzed them yet. I'm waiting for the new Parks and Facilities Committee members to be appointed, and I will schedule a meeting and I will have a full report. I have all the data. I just need to put it in a report fashion. I have cost on how much would be to transform a court, how much would be to redo a court as far as resurfacing, how much the nets would cost to permanently be put in. I have all that, and I'm also researching the sound barriers. I haven't got bids on those yet, but I have the types.
I have a question about the bullet point about outside of pickleball hours and the use of the court. Now, I think I understand that you're saying you wouldn't charge tennis players to reserve that court because it's going to have lines, it's going to be kind of chaotic. But are you going to allow pickleball on that court when it's not pickleball hours?
No.
Okay.
No. And just to clear up one of the points that one of the gentlemen made up here, the tape would be left down.
Right.
I mean, it would be, you know, time consuming and prohibitive to take it up every time. So it'd be left down. If people want to play tennis and hit the ball, that'd be fine.
But
The off
pickleball
hours.
nets would be taken down.
Nets would be taken down and put up daily.
So you can't really play pickleball if there's no nets there.
Correct.
Well, I mean, someone could bring their own nets, and I know that's been raised as an issue.
Staff-wise, we would be around. We wouldn't be permanently there, but I do have one staff member there, and I have other staff in and out of that facility all day and, you know, up until the evening. So
No,
we will be around.
Yeah, I expect that, Joe. I didn't mean it in the sense of attacking you or the staff
I
covering it.
I just wanted to make sure.
I wanted it to be clear, just as you have made it clear. So
I just
you.
wanted to make sure everybody knew that you wouldn't have a dedicated staff member there just for that court.
Right. How does the price per hour of the pickleball courts compare to, you know, what tennis is paying per hour for the tennis courts?
If I remember correctly, tennis court residents during non-prime time hours is $6 an hour, and prime time hours is $8 an hour.
Okay.
So it's pretty close.
Per
better.
court?
It's going to
Per
be
court.
so generally we would expect pickleball to be bringing more money in per court than.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
I would like to just point out a few things as well and ask a couple questions. First, I want to thank all the speakers that came up here and spoke both for and against pickleball. We appreciate all your input. Respectfully, I want to let you know that I am absolutely listening to all of you wholeheartedly and taking everything that you say into consideration, and everything that you are voicing is absolutely being considered and not being dismissed. And I know it seems like it might be, but it is not in any way, shape, or form. And doing our due diligence, it's absolutely important that we do everything that we can to make sure that everybody is being respected and heard. I apologize for Tony and that feeling that way, and I respectfully can completely understand the volunteering aspect of that and how it can get misconstrued, possibly. I've been in that position myself many a time, including being on this position as we speak. You know, a lot of things have come up, so I just want to let everybody know that yes, your voices are being heard and being every consideration and concern is being well thought out by all of us. That being said, I want to just move on and let you know that this pickleball, I know a lot of concerns. The pickleball situation that we're doing, the pilot it is a temporary pilot, and a lot of people have it in their mind, like, once they start with that, that's it. That's permanent, that's it. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. So please consider that as well. It's everything this board is doing. We are absolutely trying to do our due diligence and making sure that we cover all the bases and do everything that we can. We are not in a hurry. We are not in a rush. This is not going to be a rushed decision or placement for pickleball. That's it. Thank you.
She already did.
Let's have the board speak. Go ahead. Director Barkey.
Joe, how will you assure that only Rossmoor residents are playing?
I believe the report, Director Barkey, says that we will only reserve to Rossmoor residents. So those Rossmoor residents that want to reserve the court would have to register within our system, or they're already in our system, and we would only take Rossmoor resident reservation. That does not mean a Rossmoor resident can bring a non-resident friend to play with. Okay? Or that does not mean that during a non-reserved time on one of those courts, somebody couldn't walk on and play. Okay? It's the same, I guess, rule of thumb that the tennis courts are using.
And Joe, do you have the option, if we wanted, to have staff there while the pickleball hours were going on?
You know, that would be a budget issue, and I could easily come up with some cost and run that by the board.
For 90 days?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned that we'll encourage people to get different kind of balls or paddles that make a little bit less noise.
There are different types of balls and paddles.
When we had the trial previously, did we provide the paddles and the balls?
Yes.
Is that an option as well?
Yes.
Require
If
the
we
different
had somebody
paddles?
there to do that, yes.
So you could have a staff member there with the paddles, with the preferred balls, and that could be an option as well?
Yes.
Okay. In the hours that you came up with, was there a strategy for how you did that?
just to have a variety of hours in the mornings and the evenings, and, you know, no, there was no strategy other than 1 to 5 on Saturday and Sundays isn't prime time. Prime time is, you know, 8 to 1. There would always be 3 tennis courts available, and majority of the time there would be 3. Other times there would be 2 because there would be an instructor, you know, on one of the courts. They were very rarely would there be 2 instructors, so there would always be at least 2 courts open.
And when pickleball wasn't being played, does the taping on the courts interfere with playing tennis?
It's not a good, it's not ideal. It's very difficult to play on that type of a court, yeah. It's too many lines.
Okay.
But it's a different color line. I play tennis, so I understand the white line, ball in, ball out. The blue lines are just extra lines.
I know, but it is very difficult, yeah. You know, like at Old Ranch, there's not a mixed tennis court with a pickleball court.
Right. Okay. Director Maynard?
Thank you. I want to echo what a lot of Joe Shade said, that I believe, at least the perspective that I bring and I believe that this board brings, is an open mind. Someone said that we're dismissive. I have not seen that. I don't consider that me. I did hear a couple of conflicting, that there was a test in July. There was also a test in November. That could have just been somebody's misspeak. But one of the questions that came up actually with Churchill, which I agree, is I think you do have a staff office right there. I think that should be part of the pilot program, because then you have, I don't want to call it a referee because that's not their job description, but at least you have some monitoring there and some reporting from a perceptionist, well, not even perceptionist, just a commentary of how things went from a staffer's perspective. So I definitely believe that having a staffing option in there as part of the pilot would be a valuable technique to have in there. One of the citizens who came in said, hey, you know, it was funny because he made a mention of tennis players not liking pickleball players, and that kind of made me laugh in some ways because it reminded me of when snowboarders and skiers, and can they get along and all that stuff, and I remember, of course they can. You know, people are people. Yes, you're going to have a bad seed that might have a little temper tantrum, but I think in life people need to grow up, and I expect more out of, knowing that this is residents of Rossmoor. I am betting on the residents of Rossmoor that there's going to be civility and that there's going to be kindness. So I'm now going to go to a topic that Tony started with, because Tony, you're a classy man. Some of the things you spoke, it is part of the public record, and you weren't overt enough. And frankly, so everyone has an understanding of what Tony was talking about. Individuals who I believe live around the park by the name of Ralph Vardidian, always had a hard time with that one, Michelle Philson, Sue Kaplan, Robert Kaplan, Jimmy Tong, and Liz Keats wrote a memo of record asking for Tony to step aside and recuse himself because of actions of his wife. Guys, this is a small community. This is uncalled for. Shame on you. Uncalled for. Like I said, if someone attacked my wife, I'd be taking the same stance as you. I would have even been stronger, as you can tell here. These kind of comments have consequences, and I'm sorry, I've just lost respect for some people that I used to have respect for. So that's it with my comments.
Mr. Mendoza, so lay this out on your recommendation. Last meeting, this board asked you to put a pilot program together. Didn't give you any dates. If Joe Mendoza were to put a pickleball program together, how would it look like? And you brought that back to the board, and we can see it and read it. So I just want you to go over again. You went over it at the beginning. So lay this out for us, what your recommendation is moving forward after today.
The trial pickleball pilot program that I have before you would begin on January 28th. That would give us time to prepare the courts and to lay the tape down and to publicize it and to get it into our rec reservation system. We'd have to go in there and manually put in the 3 courts. And we would restrict it to residents only for reservations. The Monday and Wednesday time, it would go to April 29th. I'm sorry, that's approximately 90 days. I think it's 92 days or something. The pilot pickleball program that we're looking at would be Monday, Wednesdays from 9 to 1. 9 to 1 on Monday, Wednesdays is prime time. Okay, so we gave a little prime time. We gave a little taste of, or gave the ability for those pickleball players to use the courts during a prime time. Tuesdays, Thursdays, 5 to 9 is also somewhat of a prime time, so that would, but it's a variety, so it's morning, nights, you're not taking up a court the whole day. Fridays, the last time we did our trial run, nobody came out on a Friday, and tennis isn't really, out there on Fridays. The courts are somewhat dormant, but there are people playing. But so Fridays, we would just close, leave the courts closed. Saturday and Sundays, 1 to 5 is not prime time. The mornings are, so that would give pickleball players the afternoon to use those 3 courts. So I just picked a variety and tried to balance the playing field there.
Okay, so now, thank you for that. So now go over the next Parks and Recs meeting and what your plan is for that. Again, you've already stated, I want you to state it again.
The next Parks and Rec meeting will be with, a new committee, of course, or whoever, you assign. And we would have a full report. And the full report would be the 2 trial, the sound mitigation reports, and they would compare against each other. One is a simulated. So basically, most of these sound mitigation studies are simulated. When I say simulated, that means they're done from an office and they're done off of recordings of prior pickleball studies. So even the gentleman that did the on-site study, he has the ability to manipulate the sounds and either hard hitting, low hitting, and he can do that. But I wanted him to go to specific sites and be able to hear and do that. Also in that meeting, we will have a total breakdown on how much it would cost to surface court, how much it would cost to put permanent goals in if we want to do that, how much it would cost to look at sound barriers and what fences we would put on based on the information we see from the study. And the cost analysis on how much we think we would bring in on an annual basis. Now, this program could go to 4 courts. Okay?
Sorry,
This program has the ability to go to 4 courts. So this pilot would be a good way of looking at it and say, okay, no, there is room for 4 courts. It's just we might have to put another gate for access on the other side, so we have the ability to get in and out without interrupting play. So we're at 3 courts right now, and you always have the ability to look at it after you evaluate it. So,
and when we had our week test, you had 4 courts.
We had 4 courts. Yes.
So you're reducing it by 1.
And because we saw, because there wasn't a good entrance and exit for both sides of the courts, and they were getting in the way, stumbling on each other, and having to, halt play to get to the other side. So that kind of, all that data will be there, and it's ready to just be put into a report and presented to the Parks and Facilities Committee.
Based on your data on tennis use, how much impact will it have on tennis, in your opinion? The times you chose. Yeah.
I guess my analysis, and this is just by observation and looking at our reservation system, and I don't think taking 1 court would have any impact on tennis at all.
Okay.
I think there's enough time out there that in fact it would increase the plan, those other courts, and it would increase the, I guess, use of those courts, and it would be more efficient.
Is your plan to put a temporary barrier between the two tennis courts that are side by side?
No.
No? It would be open?
Right. Well, there is a small opening. You don't want the ball going back and forth, so we probably...
Oh, that's right. So there is just a small opening. That's not...
Yeah, we'd put a little
entirely-
temporary,
okay.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so meeting to go over all of the information that you gained with the, not just the sound, also the costs to convert, permanent or temporary, cost to sound mitigate.
The consultant would be part of that meeting?
Oh, but the consultant would be there, okay?
Either by Zoom?
All the data.
Of course, this is an open meeting to the community.
Yes.
Of course, we're going to communicate that to the community, right?
Yes, and you know, part of the report will give you a timeline as far as how long it would take to have some of those improvements done if you chose that facility, or how long it would take to build a pickleball court at Rush Park, okay?
What, in your opinion, what meetings are a better time for residents, morning or evening? How many are more attended, mornings or evenings?
My opinion is evenings, yes.
So my question is this do you want to proceed with this and have a meeting, go over all the data with the committee? Committee comes, listen, you know, of course anyone can attend, looks at the information, comes back with a recommendation in February. Again, we still have this, you know, this March to April time slot. We're not really, we don't have to vote on anything because we can just simply wait for the committee recommendation. So again, so now I'm pinpointing those questions, I'm asking those questions of the board, so.
Well, I think it's wise, the fact that our general manager has data points that he hasn't even analyzed.
Yeah, I agree.
We need to know what he knows, and he doesn't know what he knows. So having a vote for approving a pilot at this time is not prudent. That's my opinion, though.
I agree.
Okay, so consensus is
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet, but in terms of a pathway is a committee meeting, hopefully a committee recommendation, but maybe not a committee recommendation. Maybe something is void in terms of information that's not there, and we take this up in February.
I have a feeling in February, whoever's on the committee with the general manager is going to come back, and even on that meeting, it would have to be able to approve things, but with modifications, as Joe pointed out.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I personally think that we have an office right there. It should be staffed during this program. But again, that's not me, and I don't know, do we do a motion of, here's some edits we wanted Joe to take in right now? Or do we let that committee work with Joe, bring things back, and be prepared to, again, ask questions and find out what level of staffing do we do or not want? But I definitely think that we're not in a position to vote today at all.
And I would definitely ask that committee, whoever those two committee members are, that would be one of the issues that they come up with a remedy, because I think it is a good idea to have. We do have an office. Mr. Mendoza moved and opened an office there. In fact, that's where Chris is now. So there is an office there now at Rossmoor Park, which is fantastic. One other question, and again, I'm just going to ask it. So when, in our week that we had it, any rude, rowdy people, do we have any fights or anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay. Is that, do we have, do we have fights with tennis, or have you heard of any fights on any other, is that a big problem at Rossmoor Park? Is residents that are rowdy and because pretty much we're kind of focusing this on residents, and I mean, again, I read a lot of, one of the objections is there's going to be loud and rude rude people there that are, I guess they're
Combative, I think.
yeah,
was the word.
combative,
Yeah.
and I'm just asking a question. Is that something that you see at Rossmoor Park?
No, but, okay, and I'll put an asterisk by that because we are, let's face it, we're encroaching on the tennis community. And there will be some resentment and there will be some comments, and yeah, it could turn into that, but do I see that? No, I would hope not. I would hope people would be able to be professional enough to enjoy the courts as we designed them.
Okay. So I see then no action.
Or we can just simply table this pilot until after Joe presents
data.
to the yet-to-be-determined committee.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Your consensus?
That's fine. I still, I agree. It's always been, go back to committee one more time, or more if necessary.
Data is
Okay.
necessary.
So no action tonight. Put my committees together, and we will, for this issue, we will have a committee meeting, hopefully in January. We'll see, but prior to our February meeting, hopefully, and hopefully get some clarity on this issue. Okay?
Yep.
Sound good? Let's move on. Thank you very much for everyone that came here. Thank you for everyone coming up and speaking and sending emails on this subject. Let's see.
Page 3.
I know, I'm trying to find
Page
my-
60.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to find my, I got a lot of things open here. Notes, where are we?
Can we take a couple-minute break?
Yeah, I was just gonna
Yes.
say, let's take how about a 5-minute?
Sure. Biology calls.
Okay, here we are back. All right, we still got our 150 people out in the audience. For those of you watching this on TV, hopefully you don't see that I'm fibbing a little. Okay. What's that? Do any of them, would any of them like to speak on, and because I failed to acknowledge them at public comment or pickleball, does anyone want to speak on Zoom?
If you would like to speak, go ahead and unmute yourself.
No? Okay. And you know, in the future and from now going forward, if anyone has a comment, we relay that to us or to me, okay? If anyone has a comment during the meeting, maybe to Mr. Mendoza, just write it down or, and Joe, and again, I don't know if this is feasible to do, but it would be nice to have one of us on Zoom to monitor what they're seeing too, okay? Maybe not to control who's speaking or not, but, you know, just
Awareness.
Just like if I could get on and just to see comments, who's on, you know, raise hand or something like that. Again, you don't do it right away, it's just something I thought about today. So, all right, sorry, let's move on to H3, review of a draft letter requesting a traffic study to be presented to Senior Civil Engineer Wei Zhu, Orange County Public Works Traffic Investigations and Studies. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, President DeMarco, members of the board. Our Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Committee has been meeting. We just recently met, and we are before you. You have a draft letter to Wei Zhu, our Orange County Public Works Traffic Engineer. In the body of the agenda item, there's it outlines what areas we're looking at as problematic and that we want to massage and take a look at traffic issues, parking issues, and other mitigation possibilities. One of the areas in the body of the agenda report is the Montecito corridor, which you're all aware of, in Bradbury Road, that face the apartments, condos, and townhomes. Both, some of them are in Seal Beach, some of them are in Rossmoor. And they are causing major problems within our residents in the arterial streets, and I'm sure you're all aware of that. The other area outlined in the Traffic Committee report is Los Alamitos Boulevard to Hedwig Road to Wallingford Road. And I'm sorry, the committee asked me to take that out of the report, and I don't believe it's in the draft agenda letter. It's something that we will look at later on. And the whole concept was, if you take Los Al Boulevard and come down Hedwig towards Rossmoor Park, and I believe that's Wallingford Road, both sides are open for parking. If you take Catella all the way down from Catella to Foster Road or to Hedwig Road, that one side is red, and that's the...
You mean Wallingford?
Wallingford.
Yeah.
That's the south side of Wallingford, right? Mm-hmm. Both sides of Hedwig is open for parking, and it's very narrow. It's hard to get out of the arterial street, so we're going to look at that later. And we decided to table that because it would be too much to present as a problem to the Traffic Committee. So the whole concept would just take a look at it, because it is problematic to get out of those streets. You don't have a good line of sight, just like those people coming out of Montecito onto Montecito from our residential area. They don't have a good line of sight. It's terrible. The only way to get out of there is Mainway, because it has a stop sign.
So your thought is, if you're going to be working with the county, keep it focused and keep it fenced up. Don't share the whole vision of here's all the problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is the priority that needs to be fixed?
Right.
Correct. Okay.
And the committee agree, I presented it, but they said, hey, zone it in and keep it focused, so that's fine. So, we're looking at all the options, and in the letter, I believe it outlines permit parking, red curbing, slanted parking along, on the east side of Montecito, you know, making it, shortening lanes, putting 2 lanes on Montecito instead of 4. There's all kind of options that we're asking them to at least look at during their traffic study. So tonight, I just, you know, wanted to present this draft letter to you. I'm sure you've read it. It talks about enacting parking permit programs to restrict overnight parking, talks about red curbing that would address lack of visibility when exiting, entering the arterial streets along Montecito Road and Bradbury Road, and research the feasibility of adjusting traffic lanes so that additional parking could be created, adding angled parking along the east side of Montecito Road and diminishing lanes from 4 to 2 to increase parking and adding a bike lane possible. So we're asking for them to just give us an overview. They might tell us, if we get one thing, it's an improvement. If, you know, and that's kind of the attitude we've taken along the way with all this, with the permanent radar signs and the bigger stop signs that would give more visibility, reflection signs, the parking lanes that reduce the width of the streets, and so we've incrementally improved our traffic issues, and this would be another step. So I just wanted to get a blessing from the board to send this on.
Okay, so just to clarify, Joe, that the actual letter you're going to amend as we discussed in the committee, and by the way, Director Searles and myself are on the traffic committee. What you're going to amend is the Montecito corridor and Bradbury Road, period. No, it says and Wallingsford.
And the Hedwig Road entrance.
And it's Montecito Road, Bradbury, and Wallingsford Road. So you're going to remove Wallingsford. Okay, so Joe presented this to the committee, and we talked about it, and again wanted to focus more on the Bradbury-Montecito corridor. And again, that's really where the focus was originally, with the high impact to residents that live on the streets coming into Montecito and Bradbury, and all of the overflow parking, the abundance of overflow. It's not just 2 or 3 cars. It's like, what was our last count, Joe, when you counted them?
I did a couple of evenings, say from 11 to 1 in the morning, and it averaged about 125 cars.
Yeah, so it's 125 cars, which several years ago used to park on the shops, at the shops. Okay, so now again, some of those cars are probably residences cars, but again, just a little history. Director Maynard, you're aware of it, and Joe, you know about it, you've been coming to the meetings, is there's been many complaints by these residents about they can't take the trash cans out. They're getting in altercations with the residents across the street or their friends that come over, and it's a big issue, impact, and I feel for our residents that living. Yeah. So it's a big and it crawls into, I would say, a good 500 feet on all of those streets. So one of these line items, which again, I don't know if Joe has told us or he just thought of it, great idea, is giving Wazoo, the Public Works traffic engineer, an idea of, boy, if we angled the parking on the east side of Montecito, what would that look like? Okay, what would that look like? And how many cars could we add? So what the committee talked about is, you know, instead of just talking about it and having a line item, boy, wouldn't it be wonderful if Wazoo just says, all right, let's look at that. Here's a document that shows this is what it would look like. This is the number of cars that the capacity would improve or increase to. And that may, and of course we'd have to present it to the community, okay? Let's look at it, let's talk about it. But it could be a partial solution, okay? Now, it may not be. It may just be a horrible idea once we look at it on paper, but I'd like to see it on paper. I'd like to see it.
I don't think you're going to increase parking by nearly enough.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's see.
I am down,
Interesting to see.
I'm south of that on Tiger Tail, and I could tell you when I'm going north on Montecito, I don't even like being in that lane.
Right.
Where those cars are anyway, the way
Yeah.
people park and stuff.
Right.
So all of a sudden, going down to one lane, and again, I'm not an engineer, but I only drive the one lane anyway myself. I'm still confused with this letter of, are we including Wallingsford, or
No.
are we including
No.
Hedwig?
Director Searles could help me out for his recollection, but my recollection of our recommendation to this board is Rossmoor Community Service District had received numerous complaints and concerns regarding parking issues along the Montecito corridor and Bradbury Road,
Okay,
period.
correct.
Okay, and again, Joe, we also talked about, let me see, did you move the other things, the other paragraphs around? Yes. Okay, great. So, we are not, the committee is recommending that this letter go to Ms. Zhu, not focusing anything on Wallingsford and St. Hedwig? Yeah. Okay, those two.
That one
Which
corner.
That corner, which Mr. Mendoza, there are some issues, there are some safety issues. Another time. Let's focus on what I believe the committee, when we started this, wanted to focus on, which really primarily was a parking permit program, okay? But really, we want to look at ways to decrease the number of cars that are overflow cars from the residents on the Seal Beach side and also on Bradbury. I mean, that's the Rossmoor side too, in the condominiums. Okay, it's a major impact to about 5 or 6 homes all the way around this Montecito corridor. That makes sense?
So I'm looking at that bullet 3, research the feasibility of adjusting traffic lanes so additional parking could be created. That's the diagonal parking?
One idea would be adding angled parking along the east side of Montecito.
It doesn't say that, though.
Yes, it does.
Oh, there we go. Angled,
Yes.
there we go.
Yes.
Angled parking, okay.
And then possibly diminishing lanes to 2 to increase parking and adding a bike lane. Again, we brought bike lane up because that's kind of like a sexy word now, okay, that gets county, oh, we're going to put a bike lane in, there might be bike lane funding.
I also like the idea that that might create the different algorithm for speed, because I've been very vocal, our speed limits are too high. If all of a sudden you have less lanes, that could go into the algorithm to reduce speed, and you add a bike lane, I'm hoping that reduces speed, because
gonna say a bike lane
Montecito
is
is a
necessary.
freeway.
We
It's faster
spoke-
than Los Al.
We spoke about, additionally, even though we're told by the county that because of studies, the reason why it was increased is because the average car goes 38 miles an hour and you're gonna lose in a ticket rate. And that's so it's this crazy notion or law that if the speed limit, and I'm probably not getting this 100% correctly, but if the speed study shows that it's higher than your speed limit, you can only get a ticket for a certain margin. It's crazy. But now, that's county, and we're in county. If we were a city, we would say it's 25 miles an hour.
It's our own rules, yeah.
Yeah, so, but we're not ruling that out, and to your point, you're exactly right. A 2-lane road, even though people can speed on it, you're less apt to speed on a 2.
Less likely.
Yes, less
Especially
likely
with
to.
a bike lane.
Yeah.
If you add a bike lane,
Yeah.
it'll really
So why don't we just look at some drawings on this?
Okay.
Okay, and, again, we are the only community that is looking into, mitigating the parking problem. Okay, because of course it's impacting our community. And, you know, the shops at Rossmoor will not even take a call or a meeting with Joe. And again, I know you've brought this up with Seal Beach, Joe. I mean, what's the interest in helping us solve this problem?
Their point is their hands are tied. They have no jurisdiction over that owner of the shops, and
They're not going to get
they're
into
not going to get involved.
But they can put in high-density housing,
Yeah.
but they can't address
They're not
parking.
going to get into it because they can't.
Can't they?
I would like to hear from Director Searles, since he's on the committee.
Yep. What did I miss, Director Searles?
You covered it well.
No,
Okay.
come on, I missed it.
No, it's narrowing the focus. It's putting the idea that what we want has to be sold to the Board of Supervisors and resources.
Correct.
And to not make this about Rossmoor and Seal Beach, but about all residents having a better quality of life. So the people who live in Seal Beach would still prefer to have more parking available on Montecito. So we're offering something versus making it combative.
It's a win-win.
Yeah.
Perhaps, it might be. I mean, again, we would, I'd just love to see some drawings on what they would come up with. And to Director Barkey's, if it's even worthwhile, I don't know. How many cars could we?
Actually, the parking, I've actually done this.
What,
with
doing-
somebody in our, the bike lady,
Yeah.
Miss Nia, we went over the numbers, and we did the. we
You
did
gain
a
20
drawing.
spots, 15 spots,
Yeah,
30
I'll
spots,
tell you what,
what?
We did the numbers, it's easy to figure out. It's a win-win.
But how many spots does it gain?
I couldn't tell you, I don't remember the exact.
10% more, 20% more, 30, I mean,
Even if it's,
20 to 30%.
even if it's 10%, it's something, and it slows the traffic down, and it puts a bike lane in.
what I like,
It's not about the number of parking spots.
It's
'cause
really-
we need hundreds of parking spots to accommodate the poor
The
folks.
hundreds of people that are parking.
We need about 100.
well, I would tell you, if we do the parking permit, that becomes a conversation, and it puts the problem back to the city and its residents of Seal Beach. And then all of a sudden, that kills two birds with one stone, is take that off of your housing element. Now you have a rationale not to have the housing element, you know, behind the shops of Rossmoor right there, is because you've got a bigger issue of parking. There's now agency development back for certain kinds of housing, and that exercise a little bit of power, but, you know, it all comes down to that property owner. But forcing Seal Beach, this forces their hand, because now they have a problem. They have residents with no place to park. If we have a permit system and not enough places, it forces them to work with that landlord. It's a
It's a hard
catalyst.
sell for the community, but, like.
It makes them
that's
fix
the
their
whole
own
point.
problem.
That's the whole problem, is it's a hard sell for the community. I live in that area, like I said, and I wouldn't vote for that.
The what, the angle?
No,
Oh.
I'd go for that in a
Oh,
heartbeat,
what?
the permit.
Oh, the permit.
But what it
But
does
it's
is,
the threat of the permit
You
is the
wouldn't,
whole,
you wouldn't go for that, is that what you said, or you would?
I wouldn't.
Would not?
that's where you are now.
But it's okay, we could still have the threat of it.
Well, because Seal Beach City created this problem when
Right,
they
100%.
decided as a government to convert apartments into a condo
And not have
situation.
sufficient-
And no, here's where they made the mistake. They made the parking spot by deed. So if you have more money, you can buy 4 spots. Some people said, I don't need the spots back in the 60. And so now you have people with not enough, and you got other people with others. Enter the
It's a
fact
hot
that
mess.
there's so many Long Beach State people who
Right.
have 4 people living in a 2-bedroom place with more cars than were really decided. The whole
Right.
mistake here is the sins of the father of Seal Beach government.
No foresight.
Yeah, this was
well-
their mistake. Permits force them to actually address it and work with the landowner.
Yeah. So
I like the angle pouring, there's no question there.
I just like movement, like, I like that, I mean, this traffic committee, which I believe you started, has had several successes, and it's a very good committee for this community. So I like that we are progressing with this is an ask from, we don't know what we're gonna get back, but we're asking them to focus. You know, the local government here is asking them to focus on this concern, come back with, is there a problem, is there not a problem, what are recommendations? And it continues the discussion to elevate the issue, which I would imagine 65% of Rossmoor doesn't even think we have.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the letter with the modifications indicated.
I would love to hear Searles second that since he's on the committee, by the way. I actually think these are ones that the committee people should make the motions, but still.
It's okay.
I want to make sure he's on board.
Yeah, no, I second it. I
Good.
think, yeah, it's necessary for the conversation to be with the county in general, because as we have said over and over again, city versus not city, arguing across these, municipal lines don't work. We let the county give a scientific response rather than a political response for the good thing.
Yeah. Any more discussion? So we're going to make that amendment per the motion and send this off to Wazoo. Any other comment?
The only other thing I'd add to this attachment is a map outlining the streets we're concerned about.
Great call.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're counting on you to make sure it happens since you're signing it.
Yes. No, I'll make
You're
sure
signing
it's-
it, make sure it's
I'll
right.
make sure, I'll read
Yeah,
it,
okay.
the final before I go. Joe, make sure I see the final, since I'm signing it.
Well, you're signing it.
Well, you could use my digital, right?
No.
Just
No
kidding.
digital, no.
I'm just kidding. All right, all those in favor of sending this letter with the edits to Wazoo and Public Works?
Aye.
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 Opposed? No. 5-0. Great. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. H4, consideration of RCSD programs and services satisfaction survey results.
Okay, President Markle, member of the board. As you know, we did a Survey Monkey the month of December, asking our residents to I guess, grade our programs, our facilities, and also the County of Orange's sheriff's, fire, police, CHP, and all the other things they offer. So the month of December was the Survey Monkey program. We did advertise it on our website, social media. We sent a postcard with the QR code to each home. And we did put it in News Enterprise, and it was on our website. However, I made a major mistake when we put it on our website. You couldn't open the QR code and just take the survey. You had to register online and get into our email system. On the postcard, you could just pull it up, hit it, and you could take the survey. So it might have cut down the amount of surveys we received, but I don't think by much. Bottom line is, the ad hoc committee that sat on this survey committee was Mark Nittickman, Jeffrey Rips from our RCSD board, RHA representatives Mary Last, and Gary Stewart, and myself. We came up with these 23 questions. Last survey we did was 2019, and we had 10 questions. So this survey was, twice as long, and we did ask a lot more questions. So there's a number of things that I would do a little different, but I believe we received, some responses, not as much as we did in 2019. In 2019, we received 425 responses. This year, we received 279. So it's lacking numbers. However, there is data to look at and things that we need to consider. And I'm just going to give you a real brief summary. What I'm asking tonight is to consider doing this on an annual basis. I think Director Nittickman might have requested that we consider that. One of the directors did.
I did.
You did?
I did.
Okay. So, and choosing a month that you think would be the best month to do it in, maybe December wasn't that month.
Yeah.
And to give me direction on what to do with this data. My point of view is to give it to the Parks and Facilities Committee or another committee, or this ad hoc committee that we have intact, and appointing 2 new directors to sit on that with Marion Lass and Gary Stewart, analyze the results, come back with a report. But I'm going to give you just a brief overview of what I got out of the report. Some of the likes was they love the family festival, the holiday festival. They use our parks for a lot of dog walking, and we see that daily. They want exercise, more exercising in the parks. We get a lot of people coming out here exercising. They love the farmers market, and it's deceiving. And I've always said this. People are saying, "Oh, the farmers market is going to die." There's not very many people come to it. It's kind of, and it looks like that, but you get a lot of quick hitters. You get people that just fly in there and fly out, and so you might see 10 people up and down that aisle, but it's constantly turning over. So we're working with them, and we're trying to enhance it and make sure that we get some more numbers out there. But people like it. It's a popular thing. The wants, some of the wants that we received out of the survey so far, without really getting deep into it, is they want more senior and adult programs, which we can do. They want a July 4th program. Well, I don't know what that would look like, but I can, that's something that we can consider and come back with some kind of outline. The pickleball was popular. They would like block parties, which my first reaction there, and this would be sitting down with RHA, is, hey, neighborhood watch. Let's coordinate some block parties and get neighborhood watch more involved. Community garden, walking paths. Needs improvement is our email communication. We know that, and we're working on that. We'll try to enhance that and make sure we get more people within our email database and pump out more information. Newsletter, quarterly newsletter, they want that back.
Paper?
Huh?
Paper?
No, it didn't say that.
Didn't say that, but
No.
just a newsletter.
Yeah.
Electronic or paper.
Yeah. They're satisfied with the safety in our parks and the quality of our parks and programs. Overall, they were satisfied with all the county services, if you look at it. They didn't get super high marks, but they were above average. So, or average, or they got a B, a good B. So I was shocked at that.
Which one was that, Joe?
All the county programs, street sweeping, well, that's ours, but, trash.
Joe, how do you account for 19 people or 7% saying that our parks are very unsafe? And then if somewhat unsafe, it goes up to 4.4%. So it's over 10% of people that say our parks are somewhat or very unsafe.
Yeah, I can't account for that at all. I'm going to look at some of the comments, but I can't account for that.
I'd speculate it might be e-bikes, to be personal.
Yeah.
What's that?
E-bikes.
E-bikes.
If you read some of the
Could
comments.
be e-bikes.
There's a lot of,
That's a big concern right now.
We've had a few homeless people, stragglers.
This last December, we did have some homeless people. We took
Yeah,
care of
we
them, but the
have.
sheriffs are right on that.
Yeah, and I get calls, I can tell you, I have people calling me personally, like,
Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I watch them and I go out there with them a couple times. They do it with compassion. They do it with
Oh, yeah. Oh,
resources.
yeah. It's all
letting the
good.
person know, hey, we can help you by,
Yeah.
taking you here or voucher here or whatever. But, but our parks are safe other than the e-bikes. I mean, that's a big issue right now.
they
Yeah.
do race through the e-bikes.
But that concludes my report. What I'd ask is if you'd like me to, with the president, to assign 2 directors and sit down with the RHA, and let's come back with a few recommendations on, some of the July 4th, whatever it may be.
Yep. No, I have no problem with that. I think that what I'm going to try to help Joe and staff do is we just need, we need, and this is a piece of that, I'll make this as an example. As an example, we have a survey. Logic tells me that, you have to you have to promote the survey before the survey comes out. So people are saying, hey, there's a RCSD survey coming out. Let's just say we pick August to do it, or whatever, what date. So they know that the survey's coming out. Well, we don't really have a good mechanism to get the word out on things like that, okay? We don't, and again, you know what? The newspaper quotes me when I say this, but we can improve in communication, okay? We can improve in communication. I want to do that. Yet we need to take back the you know, others are messaging for us, for the community, and for this board, because we're silent. Okay, so we need to improve. A survey would probably get many more people if one, again, Joe, it was the first one, okay, the card worked, but the one online, okay, so we'll fix that. But we should have more people that, especially with a QR code, that's real simple to do, even if it's 20 questions, right? But we need to get the word out and adequately get the word out, you know, like the kind of responses that there's other Facebook, whatever, that are here in Rossmoor that, you know, have 1,000 people following it. RCSD should have that. But you need content. You need someone to be in charge of that to get that messaging out for a whole slew of activities, issues, and stuff like that. I want to work this year on that. We need to improve that drastically, and it's going to help us just become a better community and board and et cetera. So, Joe, by all means, I think it's a great idea to have some type of community survey that's going to change over time, but perhaps we do it on a certain month or something like that. And
We should be consistent with the month.
yep, we should.
We used to do it when we had our May Day festival, and we always had an RCSD booth.
Yep.
And we always had like crayons for the kids, but we had staff who would encourage, hey, are you a resident? Will you take this? And then they gave them something fun. You can, if it's during an event, you can give them a free popcorn for them to go do it afterwards type of thing. And I also believe that one year it wasn't just a short time frame. We were actively going on movie night, going up to people. Are you from Rossmoor? Have you filled this out?
Yeah.
Because obviously you want to get this to statistical significance, which it's far short from.
Yeah.
It is data, I do recognize that, but it would be nice to actually have it. I love the idea of multiple times per
We
year.
should be doing it during our festival.
Yes, we
Yeah,
should.
because especially if you have a destination and give an incentive.
Yeah, there are
A boatload of people.
There are several programs that are so easy to just QR code, sign up, name, and address.
Volunteers.
Yeah.
And here's a lollipop.
Yep,
nothing
just,
but surveys.
exactly. And hey, we got 100 people or 50 people, you know, at this, and then in no time we have, 2,000 people.
Solid data.
Yes. And solid contacts to disseminate information that they want to, again, many people, we don't hear this. We don't get this information, even though it's on our website, okay? But that's not how you do things today. You don't just set it up on a website. You gotta actively have a active social media program going to get the word out for this district. So, yep, we can talk about it. And that would probably be the committee for, what's our committee for the,
I wish I could help you, dude.
No, it's, what's our committee for?
Parks and facilities?
Management.
Organization?
Organization.
The organizational
Organization committee. That's it, just came.
That's usually president and first vice president.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, there we go. Yeah, so organizational perhaps, but it doesn't have to be that. We just need to,
Communication.
yeah, we just need to, I'm glad Carolyn's on board. Welcome, Carolyn, but that's, again, one of the, I think, a very important oversight for you is to make sure we constantly are having content out, that we constantly are gathering residential information to get the content out. Of course, you've got to sign up for it and they've got to want it. And of course, they can opt out at any time, et cetera, et cetera. There's programs that do all that. So we just need to step it up.
People want to chime in.
Yeah,
People want to chime in. They want to have an easy source.
yes.
I think
And that's fine, they
something we
can chime in.
provide.
It's, you know, it's, I don't see this as a back and forth. It's more a dissemination
Right.
of information.
Sharing.
And then people can chime in, just
Sharing.
like, you know, agencies do today.
I would volunteer to be on that just because of what I do for a living. I have an active email list that's tens of thousands, and I have an open rate on my email of 48%. I understand how to get that.
Okay.
You have to have good content. I do SMS blasts, email blasts. That's part of a business model that I run for my company.
I do the
So
same.
I would volunteer
Okay.
that expertise that I have.
All right, thank you.
I would actually do that too because I have extensive.
I will be calling every one of you individually and asking what you want to focus on, what committee you want to be on, and so that'll happen this week. So, anyway, so we don't have that was just the survey. Anything else, Joe, on the survey?
No, to clarify.
Yes.
Mentioned that there's an organization committee, and I want you to point out that we did change our assignments, and I'll give this to you, but
Okay.
you can
I'm
fill
old
it.
school.
You can fill it in, yeah.
It used to
Okay.
be the organization.
All right, all right.
What's it called now?
Well, you're going to have to pick one. There's the audit, budget, investment.
Maybe
You'll
it's
see
the
it.
communication ad hoc. then. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
that
see.
could be, yeah.
Okay.
One last thing, I did take exception to the demographics of calling 55-year-old seniors.
Hello.
Exactly. I saw that and went, yeah, look. How many, I think you can revamp that based
What do you
on.
want? What do you want?
I'm not just, 55 seniors, really? I don't know.
I think that's like
That
the
seems a
standard
little
age.
early
That's
for seniors.
the standard age.
Yeah, that's the Denny's age to get
It
the
is.
senior
Yeah,
discount.
it is. The
Denny's, but
movie
no one
theaters,
else. I'm just saying 55's,
It is like the.
I would not
standard.
define people, I would come up with different demographic
Okay.
rates.
Well, we can,
Michael's taking offense to that.
yes. So Joe, nothing else on? Okay, so I think that is it. And
Moving forward.
yeah, moving forward, general manager items? Okay.
Microphone?
We've changed our street treatment schedule, and signage is going up this month, and when it's completed, the sheriff has said they will start enforcing. So I will keep you
And so they're
posted.
not enforcing where the signs are now?
No, they want them all in.
Okay.
Okay, so I will keep you up to date. Traffic safety, subject of e-bikes. The school district has mandated that all the e-bikes that kids ride to school have to be certified, and the kids have to be trained by the Los Alamitos Police Department, and they can't take their bike to school unless that's been completed. So that's good. We're still having issues, and we're ordering some banners that we will put our ordinance on, posting them. We've been talking to the kids. We're constantly educating them, and again, for the most part, they're great kids. They do talk back to some residents that, I guess, lose patience with them, and then all of a sudden there's some irritation between the two. So it all depends how you approach them, but in my opinion, they're good kids, and it's back in the days when we had mopeds or whatever that we were riding around. But it is an issue, and it's scary because they're flying. These things are going 35 miles an hour. It's a little different, and a lot of them aren't wearing headgear.
So much traffic.
So,
Joe, they're not illegal in our parks,
no,
are they?
no.
Okay.
Yes.
They are.
We have an ordinance saying that you can't have a motorized vehicle in the park.
Okay.
And that's a
So
motorized.
our signage is now.
Our
gonna-
signage, but getting it to be enforced is a whole different issue with the CHP.
But are we changing the visibility of our signs to say?
I've ordered
Okay,
banners.
that says no e-bikes.
Right. Well, it'll say no motorized vehicles.
No motorized
including
vehicles.
e-bikes, whatever.
Per county code or
Right,
whatever.
right.
Okay.
And that also includes the sidewalk around each
Exactly,
park.
yep.
That's going to make a good impact.
If they're going to read the
Calling them
sign.
out more. Yeah,
Right,
they'll be
right.
called out a lot more.
So a little education part of it, and plus the signage, and I'm working with CHP, but as you know, they do not have the manpower to take this on.
No.
So it's going to be a journey, okay? City Los Al and Seal Beach housing elements, we're keeping a close eye on it. I was on the phone with Jill Ingram today, and she's going to keep me posted. They did cancel that one EIR scoping meeting with the Old Ranch Country Club this month, so she'll let me know when that one's coming up. That one is troublesome because it's going to be a hotel and senior housing, so it's going to be right there. That's a little different. The other one, as you know, Lamson, we have no jurisdiction over. We don't have jurisdiction over none of them, but we're going to have to keep our eye on it. And
Traffic issues, the only thing we can
yep,
write.
traffic issues will be, a huge part of the.
At least the shops were an affected community due to
Right.
proximity.
Right, and that's traffic issues too.
Yeah.
We still don't have, we're not Seal Beach.
Yeah.
What other issues do I need to cover? That really concludes my report. I want to let you know that I did get one bid for the picnic shelter structure over Rossmoor, and I'm waiting for another one. So we do have the plans. I did send them out to a couple of playground equipment companies that would install them and buy them. And
Would you like to share that bid, or do you want to wait?
I think it was in the 35,000 range,
Okay.
which we're budgeted for. Yeah.
That should probably be on the Parks and Facility Committee that's
Yeah.
coming up anyway.
Yeah, before of course, I'm not going to award it. We'll bring it to
Oh, yeah,
to the, and then the board. Attached is a letter or an email that I sent to Joe Ingram back in February. So you can kind of look at that. I've talked to her about this a couple of times, and she's being very professional. She's keep me posted. She called me today. She's let me know what's going on so I can keep you guys informed, and girls now that we have a.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so, I outlined that we're very frustrated with the city and the shops, and that they lack empathy when they're about the parking issues, and that we're concerned about the draft housing element. So she's aware, and I made that statement.
They're gonna go hardline.
Well, this is the one where you probably can put out the olive leaf with John Miller of the property owner. This affects his asset. This is now a business decision as a business owner, where he might not have called you back on other issues, but he needs to be aware. So make him aware that his asset is being discussed by city councils. That company that manages that is owned by the Bank of France, which is like the fourth largest institution in the world. I remember last time I actually worked with him to prevent that, and I just asked him the question, are you going to lawyer up if this ever happens? He goes, hell yeah, I got to protect my asset. I doubt that would change unless there's some great funny money he gets by selling that off to a developer. Since he can't do anything with it right now, that's the risk, but he's got an asset that, again, as a CEO, I would protect my asset with everything I have, so.
Here's my report. I do have, and this will be on our calendar and our website, we did pick dates for our upcoming festivals and Movies in the Park and Rossmoor Winter Festival. We're going to add a couple of other movies in here that we're going to, because of the weather, we can use the big screen and have popcorn and things for the kids and families. So there'll be a few more dates. But just to go over it, the family festivals will start June 3rd. And we've combined with the graduation parade, and I believe Joe Shade is part of that, and are heading up that with the school district. So what they're going to do is they're going to do their graduation parade. They're going to end up here, and we've met with Ted Holcomb, who is assisting us with these festivals. He's going to design some of the elements of the festival for older kids, rock climbing, bucking bronco, basketball shooting, and so there will be a section for that age group. And so the kids will come from the graduation and their friends or whatever, and the stage will be given to Joe in the high school from 12 to 5 to program whatever they want. Yeah, here. The, the dance classes, the choirs, whatever they can come up with, all the LoSal stuff. And then at 5:30, we'll close down and we'll hit our monthly concert at 6. And it'll look like the festival, except it'll be
It'll be a graduation
right.
festival.
It will. It'll be featuring, we're hoping to get like the Bierman brothers, the young guys that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Bierman brothers. They're the young.
They played for us a couple of winters ago.
Yeah, they're just young college students now, but they play all like 70s and 80s.
I'd have to see them. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Google them.
I'm sure I've seen them.
They're
Google
junior
them.
college age, and
Okay.
they're very, very good.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
So we're looking at the second, from then on, it'll be the second Saturday of each month. We'll go June, July, and August, and we'll round out our festivals.
How much extra traffic does that bring, marrying the two events of a parade and then the parade to our event? And is there any implications for that?
No, the downside of our festivals is probably from 12 to 4. And that's when people start really rolling in.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't see it being
It's like a win thing.
it's a win-win, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's where, that's when the time is when we're gonna pull all those people in. We're gonna
No,
have
the
a
kids
earbud
might stay on,
area
but yeah.
and a photo op area and just.
Well, no, I think it's a great event. I always have. I just, now combining the two, I was just curious
Yeah.
what the effects.
Because of the time frame, it'll work out great.
Will you be closing the street off in front, out here?
No.
Okay.
No, that's
So
only
it's-
the winter festival.
All right. So it's just.
Because of the grass and the weather
Yeah.
and the,
Okay. So how many festivals? So that's June 3rd, first festival, then there's one in July and one in August. So 3?
4 festivals.
What is the-
June 3rd, June 3rd, July 8th, August 12th, and the last one will be in September. It's not on there.
Oh, okay.
The June 10th was the June 3rd one, we moved it up.
TBD on September?
What about a health event like you had last year?
We're going to do a smaller one in here, inside.
Inside only?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We're working with Orange County,
When's the winter festival?
December 9th.
Saturday again?
Yes.
Good.
And we've evaluated that, and we're making some tweaks to make sure that the ceremony will start a little earlier. We're going to have a crowd
And
there.
then, and then let it kind of
Right.
spread it out a little on, yeah, probably a good idea. But we get a lot of people. Any question on Joe's report? Joe, have we, and again, reading through some of this stuff, I just want to kind of clear this up. How much money has the district spent in designing, discussing, finalizing our canopy at Rossmoor Park? I don't know, it's,
You say
there's
that
a
again? I
claim
can
that
give you
we
a report
wasted
next.
money on this canopy. So have we spent district money other than your time?
Oh, yeah, in the plans and specifications.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
So we spent money on plans and specifications?
yeah, but that'll be part of the Prop 68.
Okay. Reimbursement?
Yeah, and we're not getting total reimbursement, we're getting a percentage, we're getting 80%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can give you a total breakdown and all that. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Right now, in the budget, I think, and I don't have it in front of me, I should, but I think we have $70,000 earmarked this year. And part of that is the picnic shelter, and I've been getting bids for the flooring in here, seeing how far we can take it with carpet, and maybe a hard surface dance type thing.
Got it. Okay. We still have to do the other board meeting after this, so let's go with board member items. I'll start with you, Director Searles.
I'll be quick. Thanks to Mary, another great presentation. Thank you to all the sponsors, those who are here today, and the others. The events that we do all year couldn't take place without them. So genuinely thank you to them, and that's all I have tonight.
Okay. Director Shade?
I'll jump on that bandwagon as well. I agree with everything Director Searles just mentioned, and I'd also like to say with all our passionate pickleball residents, you know, we're looking out for you, and we will absolutely be doing our due diligence and taking our time and doing everything that needs to be done, not taking our time dragging our feet, taking our time, working diligently to figure out the right way to do this and making sure that we are respectful to all sides.
Thank you. Director Barkey?
Thank you. Happy New Year. Tony, congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
All right.
Welcome back to the hot seat.
Director Maynard?
No, I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's just starting.
Oh.
No, are my 3 minutes up?
No.
Good one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, that's okay. Joe, would it be possible to send a note or a card or some flowers to Officer Musselman to best wishes on behalf of the board? I think that would be really nice.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
As a reminder, January 23rd, Los Al City Council meeting. I think it's important for our residents to show up and express concern about the Lamson project. And welcome Carolyn to the RCSD. Great to have you on board.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Director Maynard?
Echoing what Director Barkey said, but including that there's also a breakfast meeting with Los Alamitos with our supervisor on the 17th of this month. Residents of Rossmoor should show up.
What time is that?
It's breakfast, so
Probably 9 o'clock?
it's not my event, I don't
7:30.
know. Okay, 7:30, so
7:30 to 9.
Where?
just give us that.
It is, yeah. I'll find out. Oh, I've got it on my phone.
Okay.
Got it on my phone. I'll let you know.
Okay, but the 17th, there's you get to kill two birds with the one stone. The
Yes.
Los Al City Council, as well as our supervisor. And even though the supervisor says he can't do anything, he wields a lot of influence, and his voice can be heard, and he can do resolutions, just like we can do resolutions, saying that we do not support such initiatives. The other is, Joe, I've noticed that those cool slow down signs, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Oh, so is it a machinery problem? Okay, it's just like sometimes it works and it's intermittent. And at first I'm thinking, okay, first time it's down, why is it down? And then, oh, it's back up. Okay, just FYI, I noticed that a lot. And also, Tony, welcome back to being president. It's been a while since you've been there. I just remember the last 2 times. You served well. You've always been fair. You've always been an easy, straight shooter. Welcome back, and I look forward to working with you. And actually, there's one last thing, and this is for everybody. I ask myself certain questions, and sometimes I feel like I should have those who work with me ask the questions too. And here's the question that I have of each of you, including you, Mr. Mendoza. This year, what are you doing to unify Rossmoor? So I ask all my board members, this year, what are you doing to unify the board? What are you going to do to unify the community? What are you going to do to unify your neighbors? And Mr. Mendoza, I encourage you to ask that question of yourself as well. What are you going to do to build unity within your staff, within the district, within this board? I think it's just a good question because last couple of years have just been nasty. I think now is a time for unity, and how can we be more unified? And I just wanted to put that out there.
Great. Great words of wisdom, Director Maynard. Not much. Again, I do appreciate negative, positive, positive, negative on this hot topic of pickleball. Keep on sending in your emails, keep on coming to the meetings. I think there might have been some surprise tonight about the outcome. We're not trying to slam anything down anyone's throat. As Director Shade poetically put it, we are trying to do the best for Rossmoor, and certainly each one of us has our own individual opinions that are probably based on people that we know, residents, constituents that we know, and we are affected that way, but we are also affected by the folks that come in and talk to us. I would just encourage some civility and some respect, and you're going to get your time to speak at this board meeting. I will do my best to represent my board. Thank you very much for honoring me with the presidency. Each of my board members have full access to me. You can call me anytime. And I will be talking with each one of you as to what your feelings are on how you want to contribute with the committees and what your interests are. And Director Maynard, that's very wise what you said. We seem to have, again, I've been on this board since 13, and it seems we're just going through like a rough time with really issues, and they're affecting our relationships with, again, entities that, I would imagine we all want what's best for Rossmoor, not what our personal needs are. It's what's best for Rossmoor. That's how I have always, practiced being a board member and certainly as president. And you're gonna see that with me this year as well. And certainly if you feel I'm not doing that, certainly my board, please let me know that I'm not doing what you feel I should be doing. But I can tell you that it's all about the board and protecting the interests of this board, and that's what I feel the president's duty is I'm a spokesperson of the board, but we can only do things when we're all sitting here together. So with that, I know that I like Director Barkey's idea, sending a card, Joe, or whatever you feel appropriate. I would still like to get a report from CHP when he's feeling better, certainly. We have a lot of needs here in Rossmoor for the CHP, and we love seeing Musselman and his cruiser driving around Rossmoor. So, yeah, let's, when are we having our quarterly sheriff? It's not for another couple months?
It'll be here
in February. Okay, fantastic. I would ask that he bring, well, since he's not writing any parking tickets, never mind, I'll hold that. I'm going to be asking him, I'll tell everybody right now, why I don't understand why he's not using parking or writing parking tickets. But with that, I'm going to give it over to our attorney, Counsel Tarkman, if he has any issues or matters or anything he would like to present.
Can I just really quick just give a reminder, guys? I don't know if we got the date wrong or confused or anything, but I just checked. Are we talking about the breakfast meeting that's with the chamber? That's where they're swearing in the mayor? That's actually this Friday, the 13th. It's at 7:30 a.m. at the Fairfield.
Okay, I was just going off of what Nina said. She said on the 17th, there's a
Yeah, I think
breakfast.
there was a confusion
Okay.
on that, and I just wanted to double check myself, and the reason I didn't know the location is because Tony at the chamber just nailed it. So, but it's this Friday, and they're
This
swearing
Friday.
in,
The
yeah.
mayor.
And it's, I encourage
And
everybody.
Doe's gonna be there and.
Yes, yes, and it's gonna be big, so
Okay. All right, thanks for that clarity.
I just wanted to make sure. I don't know if there's another one on the 17th, but this is the one where they're doing the swearing in.
And it's this Friday?
And it's this Friday.
Well, can't make that.
Yeah, Mayor Tanya Dolby will be sworn in as the board, coming the mayor, yeah, so.
Okay, so this Friday, breakfast 7 is probably that one then.
It's at 7:30 at the Fairfield.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tarquin, sorry.
Thank you,
Sorry.
President DeMarco. No specific report. I just wanted to mention that in light of the comments we had tonight regarding the development at Seal Beach and Los Al, I provided to you a client alert under attorney-client privilege by email. If you have any questions about it, it summarizes all the housing bills. Please give me a call directly.
Okay, thank you, Tarquin. With that do I close this meeting and open the other one, or do I close this?
And then
And then we open the new one and close that one? Okay.
Searles opens that one.
Yes, and then we do the whole thing all over again.
Yes.
So a motion to adjourn?
So motion?
Second?
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. RCSD meeting adjourned. Okay.
Stay in your seat.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere.
All right. I like that, Director Searles. All right.
So call to order this FIPC meeting, January 10th, 2023 at 10:50 p.m. Purpose of the meeting is to preside over the PIFC election. I don't have that further script.
Joe, do we need to do a roll call and all that? Yeah, okay.
Roll call. Director Barkey.
Here.
Director DeMarco.
Here.
Director Maynard.
Here.
Director Shade. Here. Director Searles.
Here. Sorry. No, that's all right. I got to pull up the agenda from the minutes approving.
No problem. Take your time, we're not.
We'll
worried.
get there, yeah.
Yeah. This is always
It's riveting TV.
yes.
All right.
Yeah, so attached are the minutes of the January 11th,
It's on the other
22 meeting, and we need approval for that.
It's on the other.
Well, this is just for the,
I assume this is the consent item. I guess it's not designated consent, so I have to.
Where's the agenda for, I mean, this is just the.
It came in the same email.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
Carolyn.
two attachments.
Oh. All right, hang on. Let me see.
That's why my delay, I apologize.
It might be down below, might be over there.
The minutes are attachment 1. Go ahead, Tarquin.
We've gone through call to order, roll call, minutes or attachment A.
Okay, so we need,
You need approval of
So
the
it
minutes, right?
doesn't- Yeah, so we need to approve the minutes from the January 11th, 2022
Motion to approve.
meeting. Do I have does anyone move to do so?
motion to approve?
Second.
All righty. Any discussion? All right, the motion passes 5-0.
Oh, wait a minute, we need to vote.
Yeah.
No, not to approve the minutes,
Oh, no? Okay.
right?
close one. All in favor?
Yeah,
Right.
all in
Aye.
favor? Aye.
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 What?
Election of officers, number, agenda item number 4.
So the current corporation officers are President Rips, Vice President Nickman, myself, Joe Mendoza, Secretary-in-Chief, and Jones and Meyer, General Counsel. So what we're doing is we're asking for nominations for the president, vice president, and myself and Tarquin stay on it.
Make a motion for Tony to be president and Maynard to be vice president.
Second?
I'll second Tony to be president, as I think it's one by one. I don't think we take them in a package.
No, can't do it all at once.
Yeah, because then I take over.
Doesn't matter.
All right,
Tarquin?
Whatever the pleasure of the board is, it's fine.
okay. Call for the question or call for the vote?
Make a motion?
Roll call.
Oh, no, we already did.
So I think we have a motion by Director Barkey. Do we have a second for?
Second.
And you want to call roll call to see?
Roll call?
Director Barkey?
Aye.
Director Maynard?
Aye.
Director Marco?
Aye.
Director Shade?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Aye.
Okay, so it passes 5-0. I do have a couple questions, and it might be good to vet it out here on air and make sure that everybody understands, because we do have a couple of new board members, and we have some board members that are very well seasoned in this, more so than I am, because I had to call Brad Welliber to get some, I guess, get educated on this. I kind of know what it is. But the PIFC is totally different than floating a bond to buy Rush Park, correct? The PIFC, if I remember correctly, we funded the wall with that.
It's a designation, right?
It's a, yeah.
And
It is a board within the RCSD that has the ability to manage debt, has the ability to authorize a petition for the community to vote if we should take on such debt. The idea of dissolution has come up before, but then if there's ever a need for us to at least put out a vote to the community to take on debt after an earthquake, after a flood, or after any circumstance, we would then have to create a new legal entity to do that. So just having this blocking and tackling procedural meeting that we have once a year, I've always felt is wise. Keeping it open in case of an event where the board feels it's necessary to pursue debt.
Looking back at history, the last time we did that was when the wall crumbled and we had to redo the wall on the boulevard.
Yeah, but I think this was also established when we took on the debt for this Rush Park and this Rush facility, and then expanded it with the second public debt, and to again get that into an election and let the community vote on whether they wanted that debt or not. Hope that helps. Sure.
The intent of that motion was to appoint Joe Mendoza as Secretary and Chief Financial Officer, and General Counsel myself from Jones and Mayer.
If that motion wasn't made, I make it now.
Okay, then we should make it now. 'Cause I did not-
Was
I didn't hear
was
that.
it made?
I don't think it
Now it's
was.
been made. I second it.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Am I president now of this board?
You are.
You are
Okay,
president.
So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Roll call.
We need a
sorry.
roll call vote.
Sorry.
Really?
Roll call. Director Barkey?
Aye.
Director Maynard?
Aye.
Director Shade?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Aye.
President DeMarco?
Aye. Okay, nominations are open for first vice president. I nominate Director Maynard.
No, we already did that.
Oh, I thought we couldn't do two of them at
No,
once.
he said, so
We did.
Oh, we did, anyway.
We did. That's
legal
taken care of.
said we could do it.
So we're just doing the general
Yes,
manager.
I didn't
and
hear
general
you,
counsel.
Tarquin. Thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you. Okay, so nominations open for, we don't have a second VP, correct?
No.
Okay. Since I don't have the agenda in front of me, what's next on the agenda?
General manager items.
No, is it? General manager items, none. Director items, none. Tarquin, none. Vote, let me have a motion to adjourn.
Adjourned. So,
Second?
All those in favor, aye? Aye.
I kind of,
You don't
Yep.
need to vote on it.